Of course, Ace knows this place. That's when he was in the previous game. I often go to a safe base. This is where the NPCs get together and prepare. So there's a lot of equipment in that place. There are also many merchants gathered here. There's a good chance that the man you're looking for will go there. Even if not, you can also get information from other people. Of course, if you want to get there, you have to break through a little bit. But if it's you, I believe that it should be possible to get to that place without any problems. Then we'll see you next time. I hope you'll be alive by then. I didn't expect that there would be merchants in such a place. He's still really funny. Sure enough, I couldn't believe that woman. His strength is just too strong. After disposing of these things alone, it can still be so calm. It shows that he is not generally strong. But AI is very clear. If Lucas is in the late game, he can do these things easily. So AI is deep in the heart. Nameless has been assigned to friendly NPCs. Don't think about anything else. Let's go attack the monster boss now. That's it. The group made their way to the last room in the second section. It seems that something broke through the seal and ran out. Although I don't know what was in it before. But it seems that the seal is of little use. Anyway, I think it's going this way. Do we have to go in? Otherwise, let's go back like this. It's all here. At the very least, see what the monster boss looks like. After going back into the room, the apprentice found that the space inside was very large. It looks like it was a warehouse or something like that. Traces of water platforms can be seen everywhere here. It seems that it should have been soaked in water for a long time before. It's under the lake, after all. It's not a surprise to get soaked in water. His Royal Highness. Look at that. Damien looks like this. Visibly frightened. Look in the direction of Damien's finger. There's a gigantic robot lying there. Damn, this isn't a piece of scrap metal. It turns out that this is the boss of the second area. Huge steam magic chest. Warehouse. The cleaner Bayenbrook AI was also found. This time, the boss also has the fate of humanity. Used to be the boss of the first area. Also possesses human names. Ehrlich. I don't know if there is any connection between the two. Don't wait for him to think about it. The giant steam golem moved. Damn, accidentally fell asleep again. I saw him slowly stand up. Slowly turn to the place where AI and the others are. Today's warehouses are also messy for so long. The violators began to clean, although due to the suddenness of the incident. Ehrlich and the others were not prepared. But Lucas and Evangeline stood in front of the line for the first time. Ming is a boss monster in a dungeon, but they have human names and occupations. And this is already the second time this has happened. But don't wait for Ash to think about it. A laser in the hands of a giant steam golem. I've already ejaculated. Almost instantly, 2 lasers came in front of everyone. Moment of truth. Lucas and Evangeline blocked the attack. It's actually a magic of light that has been rare lately. Your Highness, how are we going to deal with it? Can you give instructions? Although this monster in front of him is terrifyingly big, but Ash had already mastered it. A way to raid all the monsters in this world. Don't be intimidated by this guy's size. The approach to the strategy is the same as the previous ones. All you have to do is destroy his magic box. But his magic boxes are scattered throughout his body. It adds up to 10 in total. What do you mean? Before the mana box is all destroyed. Will he keep storming like this? This is the only way to kill him completely. But after destroying the magic box, he couldn't move the corresponding parts. First of all, attack his hands. You say that, and I get it. Then I, the old woman, will go first. His right hand will be given to me. Almost instantly, a magic box in the hands of a giant steam golem. It was destroyed by Jupiter and Damien. So, monsters can no longer shoot lasers. Don't let your guard down. The next thing we're going to do is attack his feet. Incapacitated him. Lucas Evangeline. I've been hurting a lot lately. Is it because I have swept the land all my life? I didn't expect the giant steam golem to writhe. Body to attack. Fortunately, both Lucas and Evangeline reacted quickly. The two were not hit by the monster's attack, although the attack power of the giant steam golem is very strong. But because of the size, his movements were too slow. You piece of scrap metal. I've been muttering something since the beginning, saying that Evangeline was shot, destroyed one of the monster's mana boxes. Sister, you're doing very well. As a senior, I naturally can't lose. The voice did not fall. Lucas cut off the monster's other leg. After losing the magic box on the foot, the giant steam golem fell to its knees on the ground. I also want to enter the court to study magic in the future. I'm tired of this machine-like look. Cleaning life here. Evangeline, come back and defend. Jupiter Damien. Attack his right arm. The next second, 2 attacks directly break the monster's right arm. Someday, I'm going to develop cleaning magic. Make life easy for fellow cleaners. But he wasn't done yet. The only remaining left arm was also broken. Overlord bung. A giant steam golem that has lost its limbs. He fell straight to the ground. Lucas took the opportunity to come to the monster's back. He raised his sword. Without a hint of hesitation, Lucas destroys the magic box on the monster's chest. The magic box on the chest has also been destroyed. Now all that's left is the head. But at this time, the giant steam golem moved again. It's weird, I remember cleaning it. The monster whose limbs had been severed suddenly moved. Originally, he wanted to attack Ash and the others with his head, although Ash can easily dodge. But the two behind him are hard to say. As a last resort, Ash can only rely on the lucky glove to gamble. Good this time, Ash's luck was good. Lucky glove punched out. 125 damage. After the head was knocked out, the monster lay on the ground, completely motionless. In fact, Ace's heart was also very scared. Luckily, Lady Luck was on his side. But the giant steam golem still seemed to be muttering something. It's raining. Is it raining now? Lord, let's wrap it up. Know that you can get a lot of experience by killing bosses. And the current lowest level is Ace. So he won't let go of such a good opportunity. It turned out to be raining. It's raining so hard. What have you been talking about, you goddamn monster? That's it. Ace, they pass through the package room in the second area. After the package drops are resolved, the crowd began to search the room for the treasure chest. Ace was looking at the experience he had gained. In grades, His Royal Highness has a treasure chest and a road here. Ace immediately called Lucas to stop Jupiter. Then he opened the box alone. Inside the chest is an SR item screaming orb. It's a coincidence. This is an item that can only be used by mages. Since there is only one mage in the team, then this can only be given to you. However, the screaming orb has a damage increase effect on kills. In fact, it is very suitable for a wide area mage like Jupiter. And if you get the scream set, every time you kill an enemy, it can also apply a wide area terror effect. I just don't know when I'll be able to brush it. There are 2 pieces of equipment left. Besides, there are also 2 superlative SR magic boxes in the chest. After the harvest is counted, Aishi led them to the next base. It didn't take long to go. Ash stopped, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a flight of stairs with no end in sight. According to Ash's recently gathered intelligence, this is the staircase that leads to the walls of the Lake Kingdom. After making sure that there is no mistake, and they set out with Ash. I walked up the stairs for a short time. Jupiter and Damien were almost unable to hold on. A moment later, Ash was also exhausted. It was at this time they finally reached the end of the stairs. Almost everyone else in the group was lying on the ground tired. Lucas and Evangeline, on the other hand, it's like a nobody. Everybody's worked hard. Anyway, we're finally here. Just go there again. We'll be able to go home. When you hear it, you can go home right away. Jupiter rushed out first. I'm going to take a hot shower as soon as I get back. Also hold endangered reagents in one hand. A cigar in one hand. But when he got out of that door, it stopped suddenly. Jupiter, you're gone. Didn't you just shout that you wanted to go home right away? But when they walked out of that door, they were as stunned as Jupiter. It turns out that this is the Lake Kingdom. It's incredible. I have never seen a city so grand. Even in the center of the empire, none can be compared. The Water Kingdom is the darkest place in the world. People who come in here, if you are not careful, you will be swallowed up by darkness. The cuteness was discovered only when they stood on the city walls. Light can be seen everywhere here. Someone has set up a permanent philosopher's stone in the city, and the unquenchable fire. Therefore, only the few survivors can enter and exit with peace of mind. Here, what is that? Is it a lighthouse? It was the royal city of the Lake Kingdom. There is a someday, the last survey area to be reached. It is also the place to get rid of the final boss showdown. It's still a long time before you get there, though. Ace has only just entered the kingdom at the moment, coming in through the sewers. Wander behind the alleys. They are now close to the main entrance to the north of the city. Anyway, we'll think about what we're going to do next time. Experienced 1. The day of the battle must have been tired. Let's hurry home. It was supposed to be set off in the afternoon to investigate. But when I came back, it was almost noon. Not only did they stay up all night, it also took a whole day to investigate. Wait for AI sure to wake up. It was already early in the morning of the next day. He also said that he would sleep until night. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Next, AI sure sorted out the props he got this time. Reward for the second area. It is a torch that will never be extinguished. This is a very useful item in dungeon surveys. Besides, he also received a monster boss summoning scroll, although it is a one-time item. But you can make a giant steam golem. Become Ash's henchman. Ash didn't hesitate. The scroll was used immediately. So, you can save it for the critical moment to act as a killer feature. After sorting out the props, Ash's stomach was also hungry. He was ready to go to the kitchen to see what else he had to eat. Unexpectedly, he met Lucas and Ivan in the kitchen. Jalen sees Ace appear out of nowhere. The two were also taken aback. What are you two doing here in the middle of the night without sleeping? I'm hungry. Come to the kitchen and take a look. It turned out that this uncle was stealing food. I also came because I was hungry. Is there anything else to eat? There's still a lot of ingredients left. But we've already eaten all the prepared food. Are you hungry? Look at the two of them. Ace knew that his words were a bit redundant. Let's go to the table and wait. I'm here to show you my hand. Your lord, do you still cook? As a royal family, the senior will actually cook himself. Is it true that the law says that royalty cannot cook? And even if the law does, what can it be? I'm royalty. Although love is very much to eat a bowl of hot instant noodles. But there shouldn't be such a thing in this world. Fortunately, this is the Lord's mansion. The ingredients are quite abundant. Without saying a word, AI sure began to drum in the pot. When you're done, go to bed after you've eaten. This is the Prince of the Prince's Royal Highness card sandwich I made. AI sure took a bite himself. Found the taste not bad, because there are no sauces in this world. So it's great to be able to do this. It's so delicious. His Royal Highness. You can become the head chef of the court. I was so lucky to be able to eat the food made by the Lord. It was so delicious. It's exactly the same as the street food sold at the festival. Generally speaking, he became depressed. The scene now reminds me of the old days. Good food is supposed to be a blissful thing. But a class of Jalen became depressed. The scene now reminds me of the old days. When I was a kid, I used to be in the wee hours of the morning, woken up by the rustle in the kitchen. Let's take a look. You can always find Dad in a hurry to make food to eat, because the monsters attack at no time. So, he didn't return until early in the morning after fighting off the monsters. After that, some simple foods will be made to fill the stomach. He was covered in blood and dust. Take all the ingredients left in the kitchen. Put them all in the pot. Eat it if you look at me. You'll look at me blankly. Then ask me if you want to eat it too. So you eat with him every time. It's because every time he asks me for food, I'll eat them all. so my cheeks are still bulging. Then the two of us were eating. Later, my mother, who was woken up, would run over. Pointing to his father, he said, "What to feed your child in the middle of the night?" Speaking of which, a class of Jalen couldn't help but laugh. "Senior, you should really look at his panicked look at the time." Laughing and laughing. The general knot was silent. That's it. Eating supper made me suddenly remembered from countless early mornings ago. Borderbo's funeral will be held tomorrow. Because of Crossrod, it is a city that does not pay attention to funeral culture. So I'm in charge of everything. But if you want, it can also serve as a mourner. No, Senior, you can deal with it. I have a lot of respect for my dad. I feel like he's going to dedicate his life here. A great man who protects everyone. But no matter how much he's done for the people here, I still can't forgive him. Senior, have you heard about how my mother died? Dad guarded the city, but he didn't care about his mother. In fact, I can understand why Dad made that choice, but I still can't accept it in my heart, because the first task of the Lord is to protect the city, and Dad is at least doing his duty. But the day I buried my mother's coffin in the orchard, Dad didn't come. Rather, it was to repair the forward positions in the south, because he's going to be ready for the next attack. That's what the Lords of Crossrod should do. After all, that's all that matters. Unconsciously, Jalen clenched his fists. I'm putting my mom's empty coffin, when buried in the ground. Realize something? Originally, the lordship of the Cross family is mainly made up of such people. And I'm the kind of person who can't do it. That's why you're leaving here. Yes, because I'm not destined to be this kind of person. Thank you for preparing my father's funeral for me. But even I think, Charcrows is a man to be respected. I can't forgive him for being my dad. Thank you for making a late-night snack. You can eat food made by His Royal Highness the Prince. It is my supreme glory. It turns out that it's so hard to be a family. It's not too early. Let's go back to sleep. Then again, your lord, are you all right? Isn't your family history complicated? That's why you're helping a class. Miss Ling, you're from a class of Miss Jilling. I saw myself in the past. Although I am stupid, but these can still be seen. But Ehrlich as a traverser, he had no idea everything that happened to the three princes in the past. He didn't know if Lucas was asking out of concern. I'm still testing whether I'm the real AC. So at that moment, he froze like wood. As one who has been serving Ash, the issue of discrimination against Lucas, Ash was completely silent. He didn't know if Lucas was asking out of concern. I'm still testing whether I'm the real Ash. At the moment when Lucas asked that question, Ash froze like wood. Not sure why. Ash sensed that Lucas had become a little stranger. Why did he ask? How should I answer? After all, it is the son of the Emperor. Naturally, the family background will not be simple. But how could he possibly know about Ash's family history? Ash, who had always been calm, fell silent. He didn't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. I should not mention the sorrow of the Lord. I believe the family background of the Sovereign and the family background of Miss J. Elling in general will be solved smoothly. Lucas is back to what he used to be. Ash didn't know if he was thinking too much. But after going through this, Ash knows. In the future, you should inquire about your own information. Until this time, he really felt it. This body is not my own. The time quickly came to the next day. Crossroads immediately began to prepare for the next scene. This time it's the Elephant Legion that is going to run over. Large monsters plus a handful of elite monsters. In order to deal with them, it is necessary to strengthen the defenses. There is still a little more than a week to go. ACE believes that this time it can be fully prepared. Whatever next? What kind of variables will emerge in the future? We have to deal with this scene perfectly. There must be no more surprises. Therefore, AI is constantly ordering products from the production department. Urge them to get to work. Then another day passed. The wilderness cemetery west of Crossrod. Preparations for the funeral are being made here. although there are a lot of injured people in scene 2. But only one person died. That's Charles Cross, the last Lord of Crossrod. The main Taiwanese team has already set off. Let's prepare for that. The Taiwanese team set off from the temple. Speed along the main roads in the city. There were long queues. Follow the Taiwanese team forward. The deceased was the former lord who had protected the place for decades. Even if it's a city that is numb to death. But there are still many people who express their condolences. The coffin-carrying team then stopped in front of the cemetery. It was decided that only the funeral would be held here. The coffin was buried in the ancient garden where the border man lived before his death. After all, the grave of the Lady of the Border is also there. I said it last time, your life is expensive. That's not a metaphor. It's really more expensive than money. But Charles Cross, the sacrifice of the frontier man goes beyond the loss of money. I deeply regret it. Uncle Frontier once told me to bring happiness to people. Mourning because of sadness will make the city flat. This is a fortress city. Sacrifice is inevitable. He allows me to bring hope and joy to people. And not sad. But I am going to defy the last words of the border country today. I'm going to be sad today. This front line was bought with countless precious lives. It's not just border states. It is heart-wrenching for everyone who has lost their lives here. It is because of this pain. I hope you will remember it. How precious their sacrifice was. Their sacrifice and dedication guarded the emperor, nations, and the whole world of humanity. I hope you will always keep it in mind. You may also die on this front line in the future. And that must be something that makes sense. Now for the people who save the world. Take a moment of silence. In fact, Aishi doesn't want to see such a scene again. He hopes for one day there will be no more funerals in the city. Rather, there is a celebration every day, just as one would expect from the frontier uncle. The cannon of the frontier resounded in the sky. Frontier Beau's funeral is over. The coffin of Charles Cross. It was transported to the orchard where he was alive. Over there, they saw a familiar and strange person. It was a class of Jaelins who grew up. The only woman in the border has come all the way from the capital. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about the border Beau. We should protect him. Can I open the coffin now and take a look? After the coffin is opened, Frontier Beau lay quietly inside. It turned out to be true. He had always rushed to the front to fight. It's as if you're never going to die. But in the end, thank you for closing the coffin. That's it. Border Beau's coffin was buried next to his wife. Miss, I have something to ask you. This is what Frontier Beausing used. A dance drama that has been passed down from generation to generation by the Cross family. It was originally intended to be buried in the grave of Lord Frontier. Just in case. Ask you. Although somewhat shabby. But once you fix it, you cannot use it again. Bury it. Please bury this next to Daddy. After the priests have recited the blessings, Frontier Beau's life is finally over. A world surrounded by ice and snow. Ah, the bleak and miserable path of life. This is a poem that loves poetry very much. Because I think it's a good fit. I wanted to recite it to the border uncle. But because it does not comply with the process of the funeral. So it was canceled. He remembered that the border boy had sued. Speak to yourself. To protect the city. The moment when you have to sacrifice your most precious things. It will definitely come. But I came to this world alone. What precious thing did he have to lose? If that really comes to that moment, can he still be himself? I didn't expect you to have such an elegant interest as memorizing poems. It's because it doesn't suit me very well. That's why I secretly memorized it. It turned out to be discovered by you. Your voice is good. Recite it aloud later. How's it going? Are you feeling better now? Of course I'm fine. Because that's what will happen sooner or later. After all, after I became a knight on other fronts, there will be no return to the city. If Dad dies someday, I can't send him to the end. It's fate. For me, it was a blessing to be able to attend his funeral. So. Jaelin was determined to get out of here from the start. That's why this time I will pass down the family from generation to generation with 5 sentences, buried together. Then I'll help you sort out your belongings. After all, it's a bit difficult to let a little ghost handle it all. Let the adults help you. Don't you persuade me? I'm going to abandon my family business and run away now, in order to live freely for yourself, and made a selfish choice. The Russian family has done enough. Although I don't know if it can be like your family. Done a great job. But then it's up to me to do my best to protect this place, so you can leave with peace of mind, in order not to let your family's sacrifices over the years be in vain. I will also do my best. You're really not at all like what you rumored. I thought you were demoted here. I'll definitely find a way to go back. I didn't expect you to be a leader here. It's really amazing, because someone said it. As long as I keep this place, I will be satisfied. I have a wish. That's why I'm so serious about apprenticeship. It's not that there's anything sublime about it. We'll take the initiative to stay here. It's about satisfying your own personal desires. We'll find a way. Raider's the real ending. This is the end of the funeral. Let's all go back to dinner. Bury the dead in the ground, and the living have to move on. Beau's funeral is over. Those who have passed away will sleep forever in the ground, and the living have to move on. From that day on, Esther began to deal with two things at once. One is to prepare for the next strategy scenario. The other is to organize the Cross family's property. Evangeline wanted to get out of here and go somewhere else. And this is also the last wish of the border uncle. Seemingly, you have decided that you want Miss Evangeline to leave. I know. I'll cash out all the Cross family's possessions. Everything in the inheritance process. Leave it to me. But I still have to tell you. These things should be difficult to deal with within a week. Most of the Cross family's property is immovable property. I'm not sure within a week. Will there be a buyer? Then set a suitable price first. Buy it in my name. I want to monetize it all within a week. Send Evangeline out of here, as much as possible, before the next scene starts. All the people of the Cross family, all died on this front line. And Evangeline, he's the last heir of the Cross family. In other words, the only survivor. At least, Evangeline can't be allowed to get caught up in the war here. Let him get out safely. I know. Please trust me and leave it to me. I'll be sure to take care of these things. Time passes inexorably. The next defensive battle is on schedule. Love wants to show-eyed, even if humanity is not sacrificed. Don't take human life as a gun. Bullets can also raid. This game time is fleeting. Before I knew it, I was at the blacksmith shop a week later. I'm sorry, because this is the first time we have made a magic gun. There were a lot of difficulties along the way, so it took a lot of time. I couldn't finish all 5 magic guns. Never mind. After all, this equipment itself is difficult to craft. The magic gun is said to be a 100-year-old equipment, but he needed an alchemist and a blacksmith to work together. So it's a lot of trouble to build. We've only built 2. Show me. I don't blame you. But when AI took the magic gun in his hand, he was taken aback, because this turned out to be an SSR-class weapon. This is a special magic box given by His Highness. Manufactured. Magic gun tutorial scene. Originally, it was impossible to clear the customs. Eth got the magic box after getting rid of the queen there. Originally, the Spider Legion was in the second half of the second year. We'll encounter monsters, so the gear made with this magic box, it will definitely surpass the current level. But AI didn't expect it. This could be a weapon that would disrupt the balance of the game. At least for the first year, you can count on this killing, and the Demites who use this weapon, or a cheating character with clairvoyance. As a result of the appearance of this weapon, the difficulty of the next game can finally be reduced by 1 point. His Highness looked satisfied. We are in the whole production process. It's as if you're attracted to something. We are also very happy to make this kind of masterpiece. The other gun looks ordinary, although there are drawbacks. But it wasn't a problem at all for Damien. You two are doing a great job. The rest of the offense and defense are also hard. I'll give you a great reward. That's it. Ace left the blacksmith with Lucas. His impossible tutorial scenes. I only got an SSR level magic box. But the craftsman of the city used him. Created one. A weapon that is enough to upset the balance of the game. Is this magic spear really so powerful in the main army? Of course, he will change the situation of the war. It's still 20 hours until the start of Scene 3. Enough to get Damien used to the magic gun. In order to cope with tomorrow's battle, Ash got into the carriage home early. Your lord, you'd better come and see for yourself. I don't know when it started. A class of Jalen. He was already standing at the door of the Lord's mansion. Isn't it all done? A class of Jalen. Have you forgotten something? Lords today. Uncle Aiden gave me the property certificate. As long as you have the money on the certificate, generally Jeline, no matter where she goes, can live a worry-free life. Thank you so much for helping me get things sorted out so quickly. But the assistant uncle is after giving it to me. And a word was said. The Lord said, now that you've got the money, then the city has nothing to do with you. I hope you hurry up and pack your bags and get out of here. So I packed all my luggage. Kicked me out of the mansion. Did the senior really ask him to do this? That's right. All he did was do what I commanded. Are you in too much of a hurry to kick me out? I haven't said goodbye to you yet. If you want to go, hurry up. What else do you want to do to cultivate feelings with everyone? This will be a battlefield tomorrow. Do you want to be swept up in the mud? Roll with us. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go. You don't have anything to do with the city now. Then I can stay. Help you in the next defensive battle. After all, my seniors also helped me. Since it's time to go, just leave cleanly. Don't get discouraged. Dirty. Even if I don't use the power of a little ghost like you, can also defend the city. Haven't you seen me fight? I can also contribute. A class of Jalen. How long are you going to mess around? Ixel suddenly yelled. Apparently startled a class of Jalen. Haven't you already made up your mind to leave your homeland? Gone to live a new life. So not only did he give up his knighthood, the family's property was also disposed of. Completely let go of the last sense of belonging and nostalgia. That being said, but now that the decision has been made, don't waver. Let's leave without hesitation. Like you said, this is the monster front. There is only death and dust here. And once you set foot on that path, I can't get rid of it for the rest of my life. Don't get involved in any monster-related wars in the future. Leave forever. Go find what you really want to do. I hope you can live freely and freely. That's your father's grandfather. The moment I heard this, the average Jalen couldn't believe it. That's what Dad would say. You once said that you want to be an unfilial girl. I want to go against my dad everywhere. But this time, just fulfill your father's last wish. From now on, you're a foreigner. This mansion no longer belongs to your family. We need to convene a meeting to prepare for tomorrow's defensive war. Hope you can leave soon. After selling the property of the Cross family, this is the strongest tank in the game. Was implied to be kicked out. Crossroads. We need to convene a meeting to prepare for tomorrow's defensive war. Hope you can leave soon. I took one last look at my parents' graves. Then you will leave immediately. Crossroads. Thank you to His Royal Highness the Prince for taking care of me these days. I hope that His Royal Highness will be invincible in the future. Ehrlich didn't answer. General Age. He's in his heart. Bless him, and hope he too. The rest of your life can be full of luck. After closing the door, immediately he collapsed to the ground. You don't have to say anything that heavy, do you? If you don't talk about it more seriously, that guy will be nostalgic for you. Didn't you hear him say, what helps me fight the defensive war and contribute? Besides, parting doesn't have to be tearful. A stack of property certificates is sufficient. Let him take one last look at his parents' graves. Hopefully, he can have smooth sailing in the future. Let him go, let him go. We got to do a good job. Obey the Lord's commands. Let's have a combat meeting first. It's been a long time you've seen you. Is everyone resting? After a class of Jalen left, the team has become the same person again. Why am I again? You haven't found someone who can replace me? Is it the sweetness of ephemeral freedom? Now it's time to listen to me again. Please, let me go back to the workshop. I will definitely work hard there. There is less than a day left until the defensive battle. Finally, let's finalize our team strategy. And Damien, I'll bring you another gift. Damien's magic gun is cute. It's not over yet. It was interrupted by a soldier who suddenly broke in. His Highness's reconnaissance troops came to report. The monsters have appeared. The type is the Golem Legion. There are probably more than 200 of them. It is currently moving towards the city at a super fast speed. What nonsense are you talking about? It's still a while before the scene begins. But the system window that suddenly appeared told Ace. The soldier did not lie. Because of the intervention of something. The start of the scene has been brought forward. And that's not all. His Royal Highness said that the monsters were also divided into two groups. More than 200 monsters, which account for 80% of the entire large army. It's about to arrive in the city. And the remaining 20%, that is, more than 50 monsters are heading to the border. The troops of the Hidden Pearls. Say what you just said. Is that true? To know. A class of Jalen should be in that valley by now. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the walls of the city have already moved. Hurry up, everybody. The Golem Legion is approaching. The monsters are coming. Where are the scout enemies at the moment? Visible to the naked eye. There they are. Although I met them in the dungeon. But the oppressive feeling of hundreds attacking together. Completely different. The Elephant Legion is like a huge wall. I'm rushing over. When will it be within the range of the cannon? At the current rate, expect to arrive within 15 minutes. Finish lining up before then. And be ready for launch. Lord, you are not going to save Tamar. I didn't understand why the scene started suddenly. Why did the monsters split into two ways? All of these things happen at the same time. No accident. 1 point to prepare. The Golem Legion suddenly appeared in front of the city walls. And they also divided apart. Head to the location of a Jalen. AI sure felt some kind of great malice. Then change the situation to your liking. You didn't know whose malice it was. And why do you want to mess up this game? Your Highness, we have heard about it. Let's go and save Miss. The current defense of the front line is very strong. Even if not, we old men can stop monsters too. I'm running out of time. Your Highness's monsters are approaching. It won't be long before rescue forces can't be dispatched. Calm down for me. There are two errors in what you said. The first mistake is that the current line of defense is strong. You guys really think? Does the current front line look solid? Because the monsters suddenly appeared. Not to mention an artifact. Even the cannons have not yet been lined up. Even if you can line up before the monsters arrive. But if you leave, at the front, there are only new recruits left. You think it's just these recruits. Will you be able to withstand the attacks of the Golem Legion? The second mistake is, I thought you alone would be able to save a class of Jalen. There are no defenses in the orchards of the border beauties. There are only gentle slopes and plains. But there are 50 golems that belong to large elite monsters. Went there, even if there are walls there, you're 100% going to be wiped out. Not to mention the fact that there are no defenses there. Think about it again. How could you alone save the average jailing? The reason why this game is a defensive type. It is because in the end, the overwhelming superiority of the city walls was retained. But if on a plane without walls, if you go head-to-head with monsters, that's killing yourself. Your Highness, even if we are all wiped out, you must also go to save Miss. But have you ever thought about it? That's not called war at all. That's called death. Is it as long as you go and die? Are those monsters going to let go of a group of souls? I need a workable battle plan, instead of sending you to your death in vain. So what exactly are you going to do? If no one goes to save Miss, then he will definitely die. We cannot sit idly by. It's like the veterans say. If you don't go to support Daiban, Jalen is going to die. But if you want to save him, it is necessary to select the best members to form a rescue force. At the very least, send all the members of the main team. Also, during some of the main teams dealing with monsters, a soldier who can be promoted to block monsters. But that's the case. The defensive battle here will be lost, although it can save the average Jalen. But as soon as the line of defense collapses, then the game will end early. Until this time, Ace understood the situation of the border country at that time. All staff, obey orders. I'm not going to let any of you get there. Anyone to come to the rescue. Because the answer was actually set from the beginning. We can't afford to waste our combat power in vain. To put all the combat power concentrated on the defensive line here. The lives of one and the lives of tens of thousands. There is no need for any hesitation from the start. If the walls of this place fall, then tens of thousands of people in Crossrod would have perished. Eventually, it will even lead to the danger of the human world. Hold the front line no matter what. No matter what happens, we all have to continue the strategy. If the game is over, so what's the point of rescuing the SSR characters or not? Again, I'll be clear. I'm not going to let any of you come to the rescue. Southeast of Crossrod, there is a dilapidated villa. That's where Frontier Beau lived before his death. Orchards and villas are different. There are traces of recent care everywhere. But the same thing is that they are all in a state of unowned shelf. Whenever the sun rises, when the temperature warms up, even the land contaminated by the blood of monsters. There will also be many trees that will blossom and bear fruit. Evangeline suddenly realized, I'll never be able to see these things again. He will leave this place forever. After my mother passed away, Evangeline also left home. I heard after that. It's Dad who takes care of the place alone. Just a few days ago, he should still be tending to the trees here. Maybe they're still praying. This year's fruit harvest can be abundant, even if he knew it was impossible. He's stupid. A class of Jaylene scolded in her heart. Evangeline's parents have died, and he's going to get out of here soon. It used to be a ruin. It will be the same in the future. Guarding this place. The end of the centuries-old Cross family. That's it, it's not worth mentioning. Except for death and dust. In the end, nothing was left. Even the name of the family and the only sense of honor that remains. Also sold, replaced with a thin piece of paper. As the last remnant of the Cross family, I'm going to run away before I even go to the battlefield. I won't be able to come to see you anymore, because I'm going to leave here forever. Although he knew he wouldn't get any answer. But I still unconsciously look forward to it. Will Dad reprimand himself harshly? I had a lot more to say to you, but I can't even remember it now. Jalen suddenly felt a little dizzy. Some have splitting headaches. Even the ground shakes the ground to the ground. Could it be that it is only now that it has fallen into sorrow? He still remembers when he was a child. Ask your mom when you're going to go there. I've heard my dad say that. He said the heir to the Cross family. It is necessary to go to the front line to fight. Doesn't my mother want me to protect everyone? It's not a question of whether I want to or not, because that's the fate of the people of House Cross. I'm just a little sad. Mom didn't know it would turn out like this. You don't know when the monsters come in. We'll be worried. Father, I didn't know that I was going to fight in that kind of place when I grew up. Mom picked up the general cleaner, touched his head. I know all of what you're talking about. I know after marrying your dad. It will be in the night when every monster comes in. Tears. I also know that after giving birth to you, sooner or later, you will have to fight on the front line as well. Even knowing that I will feel sorry for your fate. Then why are you still marrying your dad? Why laugh at me? What the hell is this? Maybe it's for the sake of inheritance. Jayline's mother has been dead for 3 years, but he still hasn't figured it out. Why? Mom knew how scared and sad she would be in the future. But you have to choose to face alone. He stood there for a long time. The sun is about to set. He felt like he might never understand. Before leaving, a class of Jalen squeezed out a smile. He remembers. Mom and Dad haven't seen themselves laugh in a long time. After adjusting your mood, a class of Jalen. I'm about to start a new life. It was at this time A huge steam golem appeared in front of him. An Evangeline prepares to leave Crossrod's time. A steam golem suddenly appeared in front of him. There is not a hint of a chance of reaction. Evangeline flew upside down. He crashed into the wall and fainted. Soon, pain from all over his body woke him up. The weapon fell not far in front of him. The good news is, he wasn't in a coma for long. Evangeline didn't know either. Why is the golem here? Before he could figure it out for himself. The body is already moving. That's just at this time. The steam golem slammed into the fist. Evangeline was punched into the villa. But due to the instinct of the body, he used a shield to block the attack he had just made. You damn thing. Trespassing into someone else's home. Hurry up, you scalper. Watch me beat you into a pile of scrap metal. Can be a second. 2 more steam golems appeared in front of Evangeline. He could only fend off the attack while fending off. Attack another monster while attacking. But it's a pity. There are a total of 3 steam golems that enter the house. Normally, Jalen is hit by a punch from the monster again. Damn it, guys. It's time for you to stop in moderation. Normally, Jalen ignored the injuries on his body. Rushed towards the steam golem again. He's already absorbed too much damage. So every attack is powerful. And he just fell out of love twice. It was because of the sudden sneak attack by the steam golem. And by 3 monsters. The result of a pinching blow together. As an SSR-level hero, General Jalen, it won't be easily defeated by these monsters at all. It occurred to him suddenly. The attack time of these monsters. A day earlier than expected. So in general, Jalen decided to go back and tell them. The enemy forces are already coming. But the moment he walked out of the house, he froze. There are also countless steam golems in front of them. We're heading here. Only then did Evangeline understand. The 3 were just scouts leading the way. And what he sees now, it's the real big army of monsters. Evangeline knows. It's impossible to defeat so many monsters on your own. His first instinct was to run away. But the horse had already broken free from the reins due to fright. Now the only place he can go, it's Crossrod. Evangeline's leg has been injured. He didn't know if he would be able to run back. But this is the case now. Whether it can be done or not. Do your best for the rest of your life. There is still some distance between us and the enemy. This is his only chance. But at this moment, the golem in the sky moved. Evangeline subconsciously wanted to pick up a shield to defend. It's a pity that fate makes people. Evangeline tripped over himself. His traits are riddled with holes. Set off at the most critical moment. Powerful magic rained down on the ground. It's good that Evangeline was in this attack. Saved a life. His thinking was very clear. So a quick judgment was made on the current situation. It's over. The only survivor of the Cross family will stay here forever as well. Death came in this way. Evangeline gave up struggling. But she was very unwilling. She still has a lot to do. Never been in love. Didn't take any risks. Didn't try anything new either. Not even grown up yet. I didn't even think about what I wanted to do. It's coming to an end. She is not angry. It's not sad either. Just feels sorry. This is the last moment of this young girl's life. Emotions felt. The sole survivor of the Ross family will also remain on this land. Although he hasn't had time to grow up yet, there's still a lot to try. But it's coming to an end. Just like the ancestors of the Cross family. Since there is still so much to do, how can you just give up? One by one, try everything you haven't done before. Life is short. You have to be serious about waste. Don't let yourself be left with regrets. I'm here to save you. Cute schoolgirl. Time back to half an hour ago. On the ramparts south of Crossrod. Let me be clear. I'm not going to let any of you come to the rescue. The rescue force was made up of me alone. I went alone to save a class of Jalen. What nonsense are you talking about? Sovereign, didn't you say that this rescue plan was not feasible? But he said he wanted to go by himself. Are you going to kill yourself? I hope you all calm down. I'm not trying to kill myself. It's because it's certain that there is a chance of winning. That's why I went. Because the implication is in this game. The only EX class character. If you bring someone else, it will only increase the number of casualties in vain. An ace. There are also a couple of secret weapons that have been prepared in advance. Although a large part of it is because of stubbornness. But now I can only give it a go. Everyone has been fighting under my command all along. So it should be clear as well. Not only do I know those monsters very well, and in the unlikely event of winning, you can also succeed in the strategy. Plus, I have a secret plan this time, so there's a good chance of winning. People just believe me. Let me go on my own. No time. Lucas, you're in charge of commanding the front. Let me save a class of Jalen. Please stay here and command the front line. Everyone has a better role. This front line needs you. But we also need the kings coming. Then you have to believe more. The judgment I made as the sovereign. I promise you, it will definitely be in perfect condition. Back if love is here. Gave up a class of Jetling. It's tantamount to giving up this time. The most important thing in strategy. Be sure to save those who can. This is the only skill. A way to save a class of Jelling can also hold the front line. I'll leave it to you. Lily Pig. Peek, you are magicians. Even if I don't say it. You should also know how important you are. Be sure to give it your all. You need to come back safely. Your Highness, I still expect you to give me a bonus. You can rest assured. Your Highness, I will definitely work hard. Demian, I have one thing I want to ask you. Will we come back alive? It's up to you to complete the task. That's it. Love is to go out of town alone after everything has been told. Give me a good look at home. Lucas, I will definitely be back. Lucas didn't answer. Discrimination is his reasoning. Implicitly. And not because of how important an SSR hero is. Just like Borderbow and his family. It's the same as sacrificing your life to hold on here. He also wanted to defend the daughter of the Border uncle. The last survivor of the Cross family. I'm here to save you. Cute schoolgirl. You drink this first to recover your strength. What are you doing here? You should run away immediately. Don't you see the Golem Legion there? The two of us can't handle it alone. Generally, when Jalen has given up hope, Ace appeared. His figure is not very large, but it just blocked all the monsters in front of him. But in general, Jalen is well aware. The two of them alone could not defeat these monsters. Hurry up and get back to Crossrod. I'll drag it for you. Live them. But now it's too late to escape. The magic stone golem in the sky. Magic should be used right away. But here's the good news. 5 golems. Only 2 came here as commandos. They are high-ranking monsters with elite titles. Suffice it to say that these guys are. What is this giraffe in a daze? Didn't you hear what I said? You'll die if you stay here. I'm an orphan now, anyway. It doesn't matter anymore. But seniors are different from me. His Royal Highness is now the spiritual master of Crossrod. But in general, Jailing. The words are not finished yet. Aishi shoved the potion into his mouth. Finally, it quieted down. Drink it quickly and regain your strength. A child should look like a child. Occasionally, you need to rely on adults. In fact, AI sure has been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Come out, giant steam golem. I saw a huge demon suddenly appear above AI sure's head. With the sizzling sound of an electric current, a large head appeared in the magic circle. Immediately after that in the second area, the defeated boss jumps out of the magic circle. He just fell to the ground. He smashed a big hole in the ground. See the look on Abanjarin's face. AI sure was very satisfied. It's not in vain that he risked his life to save him. A burst of blue light flashed. AI sure gains control of the giant steam golem. Maybe it's because it's a boss. The giant steam golem has a variety of skills. It was at this time. The magic in the hands of the golem has been charged. Almost instantaneously, he was attacked by magic. Flew towards AI sure and the others. I saw a huge steam golem following AI sure's movements. Raise your hand to a blue barrier, wrapped around him and the two people behind him. The golem's attacks were all blocked by this barrier. What the hell is this? Isn't this the monster we defeated before? What else could it be? Of course, it was the lottery ticket I scratched this time. After a short fight, the stone golem is back on the ground, because long-range shelling was found useless. So the intention is to win by quantity. If you have the ability, come on, let me see if your tactics are useful. As soon as the words fell, giant steam golem. He ran straight for the monsters. Not to be outdone, the Golem Legion is not to be outdone. They prepare to go head-to-head with the giant steam golem. When it looks like they're about to bump into each other, the giant steam golem leaps into the air. Take it, you guys. It's a nirvana. The giant steam golem smashed into the horde of monsters. Countless golems were smashed to pieces. There are many types of monsters, but they can be roughly divided into 3 levels. Therein, boss monsters are completely different from the other 2 types of monsters. They exist as the leader of a legion, possess great power. There's really no way to think of it as a single individual. That's why the giant steam golem, when facing the Golem Legion, it is still able to show an overwhelming advantage. So, even control the monsters. Boss summoning magic can only be used once. It can still be seen as cheating in the game. The island is aliens that are powerless. Go out of the city alone to rescue a group of jailings. One of his dependencies. This is the boss that you defeated in the second dungeon. Even in the face of hordes of monsters, the giant steam golem still has an overwhelming advantage. But even if the lion roars, the hounds will not back down either. For the monsters, the elimination of human beings is the first principle of action. But they are the only ones who are particularly sensitive to traitors. Even if it's a strong boss character, it is also impossible to face 50 giant monsters. Giant steam golem. It looks like a praying mantis being eaten by a colony of ants. But Ace didn't start with it. Expect him to repel all enemies. As long as you can buy enough time, it's enough. Let's run away now. That guy can only use it once anyway. Run away while he buys us time. How's your leg? Although you can still walk, but can't run. For your life. Now he must be allowed to run. As he spoke, he took the potion in his hand, all drenched on the lap of a class of Jalen. Is it better now? Can you run? Of course. No problem now. Let's go. Run north. I tethered my horse there. But at this time, the golem moved again. They began to build up magic in their hands again. Senior, take a look there. They were back in the air again. What do we do now? The golems have also chased after them. Looks like they don't want to give up. Don't wait for Ace to think about the countermeasure mode. The golem's attack has been fired. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Evangeline shielded Ace with her shield. Well done, Evangeline, but you have to cooperate. Are you so low? Who made you so tall? Otherwise, straighten your back. Defend yourself against those attacks with your body. Although it was fun to quarrel with a class of Jalen, but those magic cannons are really threatening. So, Erish prioritized the attack on the golem. Almost at the moment of entering the command, the giant steam golem moved. He was blocking the attack at the same time, inflicted heavy damage on another golem. For a short period of time, they shouldn't be attacked by magic anymore. Now it needs to be solved. It's the golems that came after them. It's disgusting. As he spoke, Jalen leaped to the top of the golem. A single shot pierced the body of a golem. You're kind of cool just now. He even turned his head. Don't praise me so suddenly. Where the hell are the horses? Right there. We'll be there right away. But the horse saw a strange thing behind them. Immediately began to struggle frantically. It was at this time, 2 magical attacks swept past Ace. Hit the tree where Ace was tethered to the horse. Originally, it was the last attack of the demon golem before it died, although he paid with his life. But it also succeeded in ruining Ace's plan. Right now, Ace lost his only way to escape. Looks like we're going to have to change something. Plan B should be implemented. We're going to get rid of them all now. Solve it all. It's just the two of us. Are you crazy? This is the only way. Would you like to give it a try? That's it. A class of Jalen could only rush forward. Very good class, Jalen. You concentrate on defense. The gun can only be used when the stored damage is full. So who will be responsible for the attack? Leave the attack to my prince's fist. The average Jalen is only used for defense. An AI sure, who has no power to restrain the chicken, is responsible for the output. But AI sure only punched him. Directly exploded an ordinary golem. In general, Jalen couldn't help but be curious. What exactly is the principle of the prince's fist? The principle is actually quite simple. It is to rely on the blessing of the god of the caster. Although Ace knows, people who target a strategy can't rely on luck. But even so, in order to be able to use the props in your hand to the extreme, he still keeps using the hand of luck. But if you blindly rely on luck, raiders will only fail in the end. After dealing with the guy on the right with the return damage, block attacks from the left, as the strongest tank in the game, a class of Jalen completed Ace's instructions perfectly. Well done. A class of Jalen. I'm going to go too. Estiman knew that one day this would happen. It's just that he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Lucky gloves hit for the first time. Got 0 damage. The price of mistakes. It's Ace who is the attacker. On the contrary, it was greatly hurt. Jalen was frightened by Ace's appearance. Sir, don't make a fuss about your left hand. I was mentally prepared for it. After drizzling the potion, the torn skin heals again. The broken bones were also connected, although it has been treated as an emergency. But Ash's left hand was no longer available. Fight me 10 seconds. Can you just rest for 10 seconds? Now is not the time to rest. They're coming. A group of Jalen desperately blocked the golem's attack. Damn you bunches of stones. Give me enough to stop. Ash is clear. Relying on luck will eventually make the strategy fail. But even so, the reason why he still has to use the lucky glove, it's because he is dealing with bad luck. Leaving one last way back for myself. Ash fired a shot. The 3 golems in front of him were all shattered by the magic spear. This is Ash's second hole card. An SSR-class magic gun forged from the Spider Queen's magic box. Although he is Damien's. But love is the fairy world to solve the urgent need. He brought all the props that were currently at the open hanging level. In order to be able to hurt the left hand, you can still get rid of these magic guns. Although the magic gun is difficult to control. But if it's an ultra-close range shot like the one now, even the mediocre data of Ehrlich, it can also be easily hit. But the price of great power is that this gun has a terrifying recoil. Ehrlich couldn't have imagined. What are the consequences of long-term use of such equipment? He couldn't help but think of Damien. But in addition to apologizing to him in my heart, Echo couldn't do much different. Meanwhile, the battle on Ebangeron's side, it's also coming to an end. He uses to return damage. Defeat the last model that followed. Until this moment, Ash was finally able to sit down and catch his breath. Although I still have a lot to ask. But let's just ask one thing first. What do we do next? I said I'd get rid of them all. Let's go back to the villa first. There are several other insurances out there. They chased after them. We're definitely dead. I want to go back alive. Get rid of them all here. Now, the giant steam golem is already at a disadvantage in battle. As it stands, he didn't last long, but it started with Aishi summoning him out. There is a record that AI Sure is particularly concerned about. After AI Sure enters the command, the giant steam golem has completed its final mission. It's a pity his self-detonation didn't kill all the golems. Ace and the others also had to face the attack of 14 golems, and he sent out all the soldiers in the city. This is still a life-or-death rescue operation, so the weakest people in this city took on this most dangerous operation in order to succeed in saving the next class of J-Line. Ace has prepared a total of 6 insurances. The first, it's a lucky glove that can deal infinite damage. But it's a pity. Ace's left hand was broken due to the lucky glove. The second, it's the SSR machine magic gun that can kill everything in seconds at this stage. But now, there are only the last 2 bullets left of the magic gun. The third one is a boss-level monster at the time, can be under siege by monsters. The giant steam golem can only explode to the end. Now in front of Ace, there are still 14 golems to deal with. We must run to the villa before they sober up. But at this moment, the attack of the golem flew over again. That thing in the senior sky is still attacking us. After all, it's the strongest tank in the game. Normally, Jalen easily blocked the attack. The hardest guy to deal with is still alive. No way bad guy always. Yes, the good news is that you can live to the end. There was only one magic stone golem left in the air. Another, killed in the self-detonation of the giant steam golem. Now, it's already a stone's throw away from the villa in Border Bow. But without the limitations of the giant steam golem, the attack of the golem continued to harass the two of them. Eventually, Evangelin's shield durability was depleted. But the stone golem's attacks don't stop there. If you can't stop the offensive, then this is the end of this rescue operation. Moment of truth. Evangelin relies on returning damage. Neutralizes the attack of the golem. But the cavalry gun was not a weapon used for defense. Evangelin's gun broke. At this moment, the attack of the magic stone golem was already close at hand. Evangeline risked her injuries, holding Ace to dodge this wave of attack. I'm okay, and run to the villa before the next wave of attacks from the golem arrives. The two finally entered the villa as they wished. Now, as you say, we have arrived at the villa. But the golems followed. Senior, do you have any good ways to change the status quo? Trust my junior. I'm not a prince on a white horse, but it's a good liar. Saying that, AI sure put the magic power of the F2 level in his hand and throw it out the door. The villa has collapsed a step, though. But because of that, there are a lot of building materials around. Plus the S2 level magic box that Ash just threw out. Just enough to use Ash's 4th insurance. Almost instantly, the automatic defense battery blocked the villa and was broken. When the demons were about to enter the villa, the preparation of the automatic defense battery was completed. His barrel began to turn rapidly, golems rushing towards them. It was soon torn apart. According to the current firepower situation, AI is that they are safe for the time being. You goddamn monsters. Thought I'd fall right here. But the remaining golems suddenly began to retreat. They seem to be aware. If you continue to fight, you will be wiped out. AI is very incomprehensible. Why are you facing these monsters? The IQ seems to be very high, both in the game and in previous siege battles. Apparently, this has never happened, but the two of them can finally take a breath. Looks like we're safe for now. Senior, you have a lot of weird tricks. The potion I used today, it's almost enough for a lifetime, said. Evangeline poured the potion over her shoulder. Senior, do you have any other plans? What we're going to do next? The monsters don't seem to be coming over for a while. Let's wait until the sun goes down, because I can use other insurance plans then. That's when it happened. Evangeline hugged her shoulders and twitched. Ash remembers. That's where he was injured when he was holding himself just now. But Ash didn't expect it. Not even potions could suppress his pain. You wait here. I'll look for bandages or anything like that. Although the frontier bow has long been out of the battlefield, but there is still a lot of bandages at home. This should be better than the previous one. Thank you, Senior. You seem to know this place very well, because I used to come here to see your dad not long ago. Then again, why is there so much alcohol here? It smells of alcohol. That's because Cross Frontier is a super drunkard. Every time I come over, he's going to take me and drink with him. Don't you know? Your dad is a serious drinker. Almost to the extent of drinking heavily all day. How could it be? The dad I remember. but people who have never touched alcohol in their lives. The impression of the girl. My father was a man who had never touched alcohol in his life, because Frontier doesn't know when the monster will break in. So as a lord, he had to fight in his entirety. But when Evangeline came back again, only to find that the room was full of wine bottles. It seems that a lot has changed in the 3 years since you left. He had a very hard time. It has reached the point where it is difficult to live without alcohol. The moment I heard this, Evangeline was stunned. Even so, do you still hate your dad? I still can't forgive him. If 3 years ago, border uncle abandoned the city to save your mother, then you won't blame him. At least not to hate him as much as he does now. But you were in the city at the time. If your dad had gone to save your mom, then the one who will be in danger will be you. Daddy didn't abandon your mom. It's about guarding you. Don't you know that very well? That's right. Dad has done everything he can. He always did. I know all about it. But other than that, who else can I resent? Mom died tragically at the hands of monsters. I was so angry and sad that I was going crazy. But they told me, hating monsters doesn't help either. Because it was just an accident. It's a disaster. So who do I have to resent it? I've always known that. I know it's despicable. Don't blame the culprit. Instead, he used his dad as a punching bag. This is indeed despicable behavior. But I don't blame anyone's words. I felt so uncomfortable that I was about to die. It's not that hating is no different from natural disasters. A helpless monster. It's about resenting the surviving people who can be responsible in front of you. Because it's better to forget the pain. It's easier to hold a grudge against someone. Do you know? Dad happily accepted my resentment. He said he blamed himself for not saving his mother. It's all his responsibility. So I'm even more. Plus hates him without any scruples. But that's the end of the day. But you asked me to forgive Daddy. So what do I do next? If it's not Daddy's fault either. So who is to blame for all this? No one has done anything wrong. All of us just want to try to survive. No one has any ill will. Everyone is just trying to survive. But the monster's intrusion hurts humanity. Whether it's family, friends, or companions. All of them died at the head of the monsters. Human beings are inherently fragile. So there's no way around it. If you want to live, a specific object of resentment is needed. So from now on, hate me. I take this resentment on your father's behalf. Because I am now the Lord of Crossrod. Is the person in charge of the place. The people of this place need objects of resentment. Someone needs to be responsible for all this hell. If this resentment is also during this period, the mission of the Cross family, then Ash, as the new Lord, naturally has to accept it. I'm here to be the object of your resentment. So you understand your dad a little bit now. He didn't want much. He just wants you to be happy. I'm also, because of his expectations, will be so desperate to save you. Don't mess around. My bangs are messed up by you. Jalen blushed a little as he looked at Ash. No one knows what he's thinking. He was just about to speak. The earth shook again. The mother was brutally murdered by monsters. But he doesn't resent the monster who killed his mother. Instead, choose to blame. Do your best to protect your father. It turns out that there is a common sense in this world. That is, a monster invasion is no different from a natural disaster. So Evangeline took her resentment, pinned on his father. And now, as a hint of the Lord, naturally, I accepted Evangeline's resentment. Just when the two were about to continue talking, a violent jolt interrupted the two. It turned out that the monsters outside surrounded the villa. If the golems attack the auto-defense turret at the same time, the turret will not be able to stop an attack from a dead end. If they attack together, we will surely die. So let's get out first. But seniors, I don't have a weapon. I can't fight now. Don't you still have spare gear? You buried them with your own hands a few days ago. That's when Jalen thought. In his father's grave. There are also weapons that have been passed down from generation to generation by the Cross family. Meanwhile, The golems were already rushing towards the villa at the same time. Though, the attacks of the auto-defense turrets have crushed many golems. But there are still golems from the dead end of the attack. Came to the turret. The attack on the turret before stopped. The golems were all gathered around the turret. However, the self-detonation of the auto-defense turret is also a hindrance. They solved quite a few golems. Now is the time. Let's go. Hurry to your parents' graves. But almost at the moment when the two appeared, the remaining golems followed. Ace immediately pulled out his magic gun and began shooting. Evangeline, you run and run for a while. There's the last insurance I left there. Unconsciously, Evangeline came to the orchard behind the villa. There stood the tombstones of his parents. But he simply didn't have time. Sad Evangeline began to dig quickly with her hands. It didn't take long. A wooden chest appeared under the mound. Inside was a worn-out cavalry gun and shield. That's the Cross family for generations. The equipment used by the head of the house. Also on the day of my father's funeral. At the request of Evangeline. A weapon that was buried with the frontier uncle. Evangeline remembers the day she left. Father held them in his hands. Hand it to yourself. I don't need this. I don't want to pass on this kind of thing. So. Jalen didn't actually want to throw them to the ground. He had expected his father to reprimand him as before. But he didn't. It's cold to the north, especially winter in the Imperial city. It's extraordinarily chilling. Keep warm. Don't catch a cold. As long as you want. You can come back anytime. Frontier Beau's voice trembled. But a group of Jalens closed the carriage. And there was no response. And the border boy stood there stupidly. Until the daughter disappeared at the end of the road. Gone. At this point in the sight of them. A class of Jalen's hearts are full of mixed feelings. Both the gun and the shield were already badly worn. It's like losing a wife. One night, white-headed border bow-like. A class of Jalen remembers. Obviously, when they were young, they all looked so powerful. But why is it like this now? A class of Jalen. What are you waiting for? The golem has already chased after it. Too late to think. A class of Jalen with dirt-stained hands. Tightly grasped the worn-out cavalry gun. Survive. Evangeline dug up her father's grave with her own hands. Picked up the thing I used to hate the most. A dance set that symbolizes the heritage of the Cross family. Evangeline, hurry up, the golems are here. Didn't you say there was also an insurance, senior? That's right, my last insurance. Take your dad's weapon. Just follow the methods he taught you to fight. Although a class of Jalen would like to reason something with Ace. But the situation does not allow it. The golem is already close at hand. A group of Jalen were in the hands of a shield and a gun. A force is applied. It's as if you found a long-time owner. The equipment fits perfectly with his hands. Not sure why. A class of Jalen suddenly remembered the past with his father. Remembering when he was very young, learn how to use guns and shield for the first time. That moment, Frontier Beau's voice came to his mind. I hold you in a feeling that I tightened the gun slightly. It's been a great job. The insecurity in Jalen's heart is gone. He felt like his dad was standing right behind him. Follow the method taught to him by the border uncle. A class of Jalen easily shattered the core of the golem. But it's not at risk right now. The remaining golems rushed over as well. After finding a familiar feeling, generally, Jalen rushed into the golem crowd without saying a word. I don't know if it's his delusion. The golem's speed has slowed down. A once formidable enemy. It's as if it's a moving target. He instinctively knew how to move and how to adjust the pace of the battle. This feeling, it's as if a path has been carved out in front of you. In this feeling, normally, Jalen is like no one in the golem group. But in general, Jalen was also surprised. What was that feeling just now? Amazing, I knew you could do it. Senior, it was me just now. I just had the feeling of seeing a certain road. What's going on? That's because 5G is now your exclusive gear, even if you don't upgrade. So that effect was produced. But these strange words came out of EI's mouth. Normally, Jalen doesn't understand it at all. But what can be confirmed? Ehrlich must know what that feeling is. Then this. Now there are more urgent things. A magic stone golem in the sky. He's the last monster. It was at this time the golem began to continue its training. So what to do? The monster is in a position that is too high. Our attacks don't seem to be able to hit him. The magic gun has run out of bullets. Even if Jalen throws the gun out, if the direction is off, then it will all be over. Of course I have a way. I'm the Emperor. His Royal Highness has a lot of tricks. The sun is setting now. It's going to be dark soon. A class of Jalen is the last instruction for the day. The guy who immediately ran into the air. I'll take care of shooting him down. I set off. The rest is left to the seniors. The last battle. Do your best. Come on. Ben Jalen decided not to ask Ace how he was going to shoot it down. He just obeyed Ace's orders, because he found that this is the role with the highest survival rate. When the attack is about to fall, strange sensations reappeared. Follow the path that leads you. A class of Jalen dodged all of the golem's attacks. Very well done. A class of Jalen will use this trick to end it now. I saw Ace throw out the torch he got from the dungeon. But that's surprising. The torch didn't hit the golem. See this scene in front of you. A class of Jalen's mouth couldn't help but open wide. It was at this time there was a glimmer of light on the walls of Crossrod. The next second, an attack hit the magic stone magic ring. Evangeline could not have imagined. It turned out to be a bullet fired from Crossrod. There was a man who was seeing the signal from Ace. Sniping was carried out at such a distance. It stands to reason. This cannot be something that humans can do. Evangeline was curious. Who the hell is that person? Don't care about what happens this or that. Evangeline, this is our only chance. Come on, kill this guy. End this fight. This moment. Evangeline threw away all doubts in her mind. Forget about those mixed emotions. With the attacks he does best. Completely destroyed the golem. After killing all the monsters, Evangeline collapsed from exhaustion. Hard work, Ace schoolgirl. I didn't expect you to actually do it. Is it really all over now? At least we have the battle here over. Love is them. By the power of only 2 people. Killed 50 large monsters. Senior, you're really amazing. It was possible to accomplish such an unbelievable task. This is indeed something that no one would believe. But it's fine. Let him be a record that belongs only to the 2 of us. His Royal Highness the Senior. Then I can faint now. If I say no, no. Will you be able to hold on? If that's the order, I will persevere. Sleep in peace. The moment the little guy heard this. Mental and physical fatigue. Like a tidal wave. Crystallization and Evangeline. Just 2 of them managed to repel 50 large monsters. After Evangeline fell asleep, Ace waved the torch in his hand. The light flashed 3 times. This is a sign that the defensive battle has been successfully completed. Ace was very happy. Nothing went wrong with Crossrod's defensive battles. This time the battle plan. Ace has really exhausted all his strength. In fact, those 2 insurances were prepared by Ace for the last minute. One is the ultra-long-range shooting of the Damien. This kind of long distance that is difficult for even a bullet to reach. It's a battle that only clairvoyance can accomplish. Maybe it's just this shot. It has also put a very big burden on Damien. And another insurance. It's a group of Jalens who are already asleep now. To be exact, a class of Jalen special equipment is Ace's insurance. All SSR-level characters. All have their own special equipment. This is usually done on equipment that is related to the character's story. Dedicated traits or effects are attached. Although there are many excellent heroes in the SR rank. But there is no special equipment. Is the key to widening the gap between them. All the people of the modern Cross family. Accumulated experience. It's a special feature of a class of Jalen. Crossrod said he saw what was in front of him. The path is actually a buff skill. If you turn on this mode, the combat efficiency will be about twice as high. However, his mana is too low. so it can't last long. In the game, this is as long as loyalty becomes high. A suit that will fall from the sky. Equip at the beginning. Ash saw the equipment being buried. He was also taken aback. But because it is necessary to keep a class of Jalen away from the front line forever. So Ash chose to sit idly by. However, there is no other way around the situation. It can only be dug out for use. I'm doing this to save your daughter. You shouldn't be angry. After a brief review, Ash finally sat down. It shouldn't be a big deal on the city side. Presumably, they're dealing with the rest of the magic. Ash was finally able to take his guard off, get a good rest, but he just closed his eyes. Just back. The room was filled with the smell of disinfectant water. A scrawny kid was leaning on this machine, sustaining his fragile life. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the ward. The child's heart stopped. Estion woke up. The familiar ward was gone. Elsie was already sweating profusely. The shawl that covered his body also slipped down. Are you okay with your body when you wake up? I slept for a while. It's much better, but it's not so bad that I'll get sick of it. Senior, it's pretty easy for you to shovel out 50 generals. You don't have to pretend to be powerful. Is this what you should say? Do we have to spend the night here tonight? We'll have to wait until the battle ends on the other side of the city. To go back. Will they be okay? Don't worry, they're definitely better than us. That's when it happened. There was a loud rumbling noise. AI sure also thought that the scene had been maliciously changed again. It turned out to be just Evangeline's hungry stomach. I don't know if it was influenced by Evangeline. Ash's stomach growled too. It didn't take long. Elsie is from the villa of the border country. Took some food. That's all there is to it. It's nice to have this one left in this situation. After waking up, Evangeline was also hungry. Esther was from the villa of the border berth. Took some preserved fruit and wine. What kind of food is this, Black? As she spoke, Evangeline put it in her mouth. It's also too unpalatable. What the hell is this? This is the fruit of your father's harvest. Frontier Beau eats him every day. Our old gentleman is really stupid. That being said, Evangeline still threw the preserved fruit into her mouth. Swallow it desperately. Pour me a glass, too. It's too bitter in the mouth. Gotta drink something. Depressed. It's not something a kid like you can drink. It's okay. I'm going to the ghost gate. Didn't the senior just say, let me try everything I haven't done. From now on, I won't be patient any longer. I'm going to do everything I've never done. I understand now. It's idiotic to endure what you want to do and not do it. Hurry up and give it to me. It's so difficult at such a young age. Then you can only take a small sip. I don't understand what gets in the way. Where did you learn it? It actually gives people the feeling of an old drunkard. It's really unpleasant. The fruit and drinks tasted so bad. Indeed it is. You just said Dad. Does he eat and drink this kind of thing every day? You've been guarding the city for another 3 years. Even if you eat dirt and drink dust, you won't want to run back. He still does his own thing every day without flinching. That's what adults are. I don't want to be an adult. What a lovely statement. Well, actually, I know all about it. What do you know? I know. Dad would sneak out of the house every night, spending the night in front of my mother's grave. Also knows that Dad is, even if he doesn't cry on the surface, the kind of person who is whimpering inside. But I still hate Dad. So I hope he stays with me alive. I hate him as much as I want. If I had a chance to be a bad daughter, then he can lose his temper with me like that. Just reprimand me. I'm bored with everything right now, whether it's a lone resentment or a lone nostalgia. I just miss them. Mom and Dad, I miss you. A group of gelling muttered to themselves for a while. Childlike crying began. Then she began to sob. And love is to choose to let himself cry out loud. Leave him alone, because he will face this cold and dangerous world in the future. Even if you eat dirt and drink dust like an adult, you have to stick to it. His parents are gone. No one will treat him like a child anymore. He will grow up alone. Live alone. It's all up to a class of Jalen himself. Maybe it's tired of crying. Or maybe drunk. Jalen soon fell asleep. I don't know what he dreamed about. A class of Jalen has been calling for his father. Ace came alone to the grave of the border uncle and his wife. This is the case today. It can be regarded as an explanation to Bien Jinghua. He drank the last glass of wine with the border uncle. Maybe it's too tired. Or maybe it's because of the orders of the Cross family. Ace sighed deeply. In the distance, the eastern sky turned gray. It's going to be early in the morning. Under the early morning sky that gradually brightens, AI saw soldiers running along the road in the distance. He hid all his tiredness, waved to them as a winner. Lucas saw Ehrlich not far away at a glance. See AI's appearance. Lucas was also relieved. Just like that, another scene slowly came to an end. Scene 3 finally ends. This time around, too, it was no surprise that Ehrlich won. Lee returns to Crossrod. Erish was treated at the temple. I don't know how you got hurt like this, though, but you can no longer use the arm like you used to. You'll experience weakened grip strength, or various problems such as stiff wrists. Ehrlich didn't expect it. There is such a big price to pay for your own mistakes. But he's glad he was too. The profession of one's choice is not a warrior. In short, you need to rest for 2 days now. Come to the temple for healing. Thank you, Holy Maiden. In general, the words are SOSO. Jalen. Is he okay? The injury to his shoulder was somewhat severe, but as long as you don't get tired, heals quickly. After all, he was physically strong. I don't know if it's because of the role positioning. It's still an age gap, but that's at least a good thing. After the end of treatment, Ash listened to Lucas's report. The situation regarding the defensive war. The battle began 15 minutes. Damien destroyed all 3 golems. For the next 6 hours, it is to slowly destroy the remaining individuals in the vicinity. After the aftermath of the remaining golems, they came to the rescue at the villa. Maybe because Lucas is the protagonist of this world. He commanded the defensive battle quite well, because of the follow-up thorough purge. So the rescue was much later than scheduled. I'm sorry, Sovereign. There is no need to apologize. You're really doing a great job this time. What is the condition of the wounded? 14 people were seriously injured. 128 people were slightly injured. What about the death toll? There is no Lucas. What did you just say? No one died. This is the first time for the Lord. Clear the level for the first time without anyone dying. The senior are really amazing. Lucas turned out that no one died. You're better than me. Don't say that. This time, during His Highness's absence, everyone was very upset, because none of the people who stayed here knew what to do. Fortunately, AI was a little skeptical. Is it because of the indomitable commander? Played a counterproductive role. Ehrlich thought, this skill is only immune to ailments during battle. And then this is not the case. The people around Ash, not only will it not fall into panic and chaos, he is also extremely mentally stable. It seems that as long as Ash is around, they're at ease. So, instead, it will make them more and more dependent on Ash's existence. In short, judging by the results, things all worked out smoothly. Don't worry, because later, there won't be any more cases where I'm left alone. Deal? I am your bodyguard. It has always been from the moment I was released from prison to the present. Please don't leave me behind, especially if you're traveling to dangerous places. You can't leave alone. I know. How about the other team members? Are they all right? Everyone is safe. However, Damien may be due to overuse of his eyes. The eye was bleeding. He said he was fine. He is currently being treated at the temple. Then love is speculation, probably because of the last shot. So he decided to wait until the treatment was over. Go visit de Milan. After everything is taken care of. Ace came to the back garden of the Lord's mansion. Maybe it's spring coming. The weather was very warm. Ace sat in his chair. Sleepiness kept coming over him. Why don't you go back to the house and sleep? If you sit there and sleep, you'll catch a cold. Why do you treat me like an old grandfather? Are you showing off your youth? I didn't expect to be alive to meet the early morning. What a surprise. I thought I would never see the sun again. On the day you finally decided to leave. But I let you go through this. I'm really sorry. After receiving treatment, I slowly recuperated. Wait until you've had enough rest before heading out. I'm not leaving. I thought about it all night yesterday. I'm going to take over as frontier boss. Ross House. The inheritance of the clan has always been the most hated thing for girls. Maybe in a class of Jalen, when holding a weapon that symbolizes inheritance. Or maybe it's when he realizes it. Mom and Dad left themselves forever. A class of Jalen suddenly wanted to accept this inheritance. I thought about it all night yesterday. I'm going to take over as frontier boss. Do you know what that means? Your dad wants you to get out of this place. He wants you to live the life you want. Live freely. That's why I'm staying. Because of the violation of the last word. It was the last unfilial thing I could do. I'm a stubborn person. Senior. Actually, I want to try to understand my father. Because I still don't know. Dad's mood and thoughts at that time. And what he did. If I'm in the same position as my dad, then I should be able to understand a little bit. The inner thoughts of the stupid and upright old man. So I'm sorry. I went back on my word. I want to take the Cross family. A veritable successor. Succession to the title. Take back ownership of the territory. The senior wants to bear people's complaints and responsibilities alone. We have to bear it together. Although it is not appropriate to always sell oneself and boast. But I'm the head of the college. I'm good at fighting, and I'll grow taller in the future. It becomes more imposing. Generally, old age is as kind as a child. It's a picture of what your future will look like. I will be stronger than I am now, both as a knight and as a person. So please say something to me. I am invited to fight alongside you in the future. In that case, I will assist the seniors to protect the city, the most powerful tank character in the game. I am taking the initiative to join Ace's team. In the world, no player would be stupid enough to refuse such a request. I'm sorry I declined. Okay, please take care of your seniors. What did you say? I said I refused. The city is already mine. I can't return it. But if you are very eager to do so, and if you advocate exercising your right of inheritance, then become one of my knights. Help me guard this front line. The average Jalen apparently didn't think of it. Ace could make such a scoundrel request. You have to make sure, as you grow up, and strong enough to be responsible for the city. I'll try to help me. If by that time your mind has not changed, I will take the position of border keeper and the position of lord. Return to you together. 3 years. Another 3 years. No, another 2.5 years. I grew up. At that time, I will definitely be recognized by my seniors. Put the title and the city, and everything else that belongs to me to take it back. Then I'll see. A class of Jalen. In fact, the strategy period of this game is only 3 years. After that, whether the city is returned or not has nothing to do with the teacher. Senior, can I ask you one more thing? What happened when I was little? Mom once said that to me. He knew that if he stayed in the city, marry my dad, and give birth to my words, sad and painful things happen. But even so, he still chose this path. He said it was because of the continuation of things. What is the continuation of things? What the hell is magic? We'll let the mother know the result. Still chose to stay in the city and live. Although he said that he would know when I grew up. But I still haven't figured it out. I see, said. Ace's brain bombarded on the head of a class of Jalen. I saw Ace stretch out his hand and point to a class of Jalen. You asked me what is the continuation of things. Isn't this the path your parents intended to continue? Welcome back from the monster front. Have a good rest today. I'll do it well in the future. Calling you the sunshine. The weather was wonderful. Spring is finally coming. A class of Jalen can vaguely understand what his mother meant. Mom had been mentally prepared for a long time. Even if you know that the deeper the love, the more painful it is when you lose. Even knew that he would die tragically because of this. But he still chose to marry Borderbow, gave birth to a general age, facing the Borderbow's show of love. He also gave his love unreservedly, in order to connect the roads between people, in order to pass on the things that have been passed on to the next generation. This may be the reason why human beings are not afraid of danger. The only reason to fight monsters. All the people of the city, all live with the same determination. Spring has arrived. New shoots sprout on the frozen ground in winter, even though the trunk of the tree bears fruit when it grows up. But the flowers that have experienced frost will eventually wither. Fallen leaves can also rot under the frozen soil. Then spring will definitely come again. The seedlings will also rebloom on the accumulated soil. Although people will eventually die, but there will certainly be something left to continue. Left behind by the Cross family. It's not just death and dust, albeit only a little, but Evangeline seemed to understand, although the injury caused body aches. But at the moment, his heart was extremely comfortable. Spring, a city that is shrouded in fear all the time. Spring is finally here. Located in the southernmost part of the world, Crossrod, far to the north, located in the center of the continent. It can also be called the Ebo Brie of the center of the world. Cantera, the capital of the empire. The city, it has a huge port connected to the inland sea of the mainland. It is the center of trade and logistics around the world. People flock to the city day and night all year round. There is also located in one of the most prosperous and magnificent places in the world, the royal palace in the heart of the city. Because there are rows of black minarets here. Therefore, it is also called the economic public. In Eberblay, the administrative office of the empire, there was a big event happening that affected Crossrod. Your Highness, your brother has asked for reinforcements to be sent to him again. The man was the Minister of Administration of the Eberblay Empire. Is also Ace's second brother Fernandez. Do you say Ace? Yes, it's the invasion of the monsters of the Southern Front. Meet the Violent. We need help forming reinforcements right away. This was the first time he had applied for reinforcements. It's the third time. Ignore it, but Your Highness. The situation on the Southern Front seems to be really dire. According to the report of the intelligence officer, this time the monsters are invading. It hasn't been seen in decades. Didn't you understand me, the Waterman? I said ignorance. Western Front. Not working on it. In the war with the Duchy of Bryn. We don't have the forces to send to the Southern Front. The crusade against the Principality is the first priority. Even if there are real problems on the Southern Front after that. When the time comes, the situation can be saved. That guy loves to pretend. But he always did. Let's talk about what is the situation on the Western Front of the Duchy of Brynl. Heard, the First Legion was personally attacking the capital of the Principality. Expected within this week. The news of the successful siege will come. My eldest brother. He was at the forefront of the front. I've told him a few times to get him to change that habit. The Emperor's eldest son, Larg. He is the commander-in-chief who holds the military power of the Empire. All knights and soldiers under the command of the Empire obey his commands. But Larg, who was born with grains, I especially like to go to the front line in person. As the first prince of the Empire plus commander-in-chief, he was supposed to be in command, and not at the forefront of the front. So whether it's this brother or a teacher, it's just go to worry Fernandez. By the way, I would like to ask my father, still in Jeju. I think also the only emperor of the Empire. He has been living there for several years. He will only hide in the deepest part of the palace, occasional handwritten letters, or call someone to the inner palace to give instructions quietly. Therefore, the foreign affairs of the country were handed over to the eldest prince. Domestic affairs are handled by the second prince. As this continues, and even began to appear, is there a change in the emperor? Terrible rumors. This war with the Duchy of Bryn. It must have also been triggered by the absence of the emperor. Your Highness has one more thing for you to decide. Is it an execution? That's right. It's about the great rebels who are imprisoned in underground prisons. The death penalty. Do you want to approve? That's of course. They are all traitors. Towards the time of signing, Fernandez stopped. You just said that AI sure asked for reinforcements. Send it over. Your Highness, do you mean reinforcements? Of course not. It's to send these condemned prisoners to the front line of monsters. Doesn't AI sure just need a meat shield? Anyway, whether it is to be hanged to death, still bitten to death by monsters, it doesn't seem to make a difference. But Your Highness, they are no ordinary murderers. If you send it to the south, you won't necessarily cause any trouble. In that case, Love will watch and deal with it. He seemed to be desperate for troops. It doesn't matter if it's spoiled rice or it's already spoiled. He had to take it all. I will write orders with the authority of the Minister of Administration. The death penalty for 5 great rebels. It will be carried out on the southern front. And the third Prince AI sure is responsible for the implementation. Because my brother is hard. So I sent reinforcements to help. I'm such a good and kind brother. You think so too? Ash just passed in Scene 3. Ash became the MVP of this scene. After finishing other things, Ash is ready to check out the rewards for clearing the scene. It was at this time, Ash's necklace from the beginner's tutorial. Finally, there was a reaction. Equip a necklace named Trader. The effect is the open product. It is divided into exclusive stores. Ash didn't know what the name meant, though. But now it's finally time to open the store. Open the point store. What catches your eye is an item called the Dark Event Tracker. Due to the intervention of some kind of force, random events occur in the relevant scene. Adversely affects the player's strategy. See the introduction of this prop. Ehrlich did not hesitate to buy it. See the information in your hand. Ehrlich couldn't believe his eyes. The scenes during this time turned out to be all dark events. Start the scene. 1 is the most difficult Undead Knight Legion to deal with in the early days. Scenario 2 is a hostile NPC that can manipulate monsters. Messy and just cleared. Scenario 3 is the anomalous actions of the Monster Legion. In the previous scenario, the trickiest part that happens, it's all caused by this dark event. Love doesn't understand who is in control of all this, and for what reason. That's why you want to ruin this game. However, there is no clue about these issues for the time being. So, Ash didn't think much of it. Early the next morning, so he went to visit Damien. But no matter how many times you visited someone, Ash just never got used to it. Are your eyes better? I'm sorry for you pushing yourself for me. How can you say that it's because of the prince? It's me who is too strong. The prince has done nothing wrong. You stinky boy. Talking about love poems. Reaching out to soften Damien's hair. Just rest for a few days. The power will be restored. You don't have to worry. I won't be strong anymore in the future. Nevertheless, I'll still call you. But I'm not going to let you do this kind of excessive thing again. Let's pull the hook. I'm a gun in the hands of the prince. As long as it's within my means. You can do whatever you want, when you need to. Call me if I can kill the monsters again. Completely knock them off on things. Then even if the eyes are burned, I'll gladly accept it. So until I die, please call me as much as you like, the prince. After all, that's what I'm doing to stay on the front lines. AI was unable to refuse Damien's request, because as long as he has clairvoyance, AI will always call him, until his abilities reach their limits. Damien, do you remember the first time I promised you something? I promised you, as long as you need. I can die at your hands at any time. At that time, Damien was in the midst of losing a friend, a state in which there is no desire to survive at all. Love is to force Damien to cheer up, even at the expense of making him hate himself. So hint, I'm curious to see how Damien will feel now. Do you still hate me for killing your friend? I've been since that day. I never thought about it again. The agreement with His Royal Highness the Prince. One day we fought off all the monsters. Here the front line became tranquil. Please ask me about that again. When the time comes, I'll answer the question of whether you still dislike the prince. You can rest assured. The day of tranquility will surely come. Definitely. In the next 3 years, just go all the way to the end. In whatever form, we'll usher in the end of the game. No matter what kind of answer you give at that time, I'll gladly accept it. Both loyalty and hatred, kindness and resentment, or a player and a cheating character. It doesn't matter what kind of relationship it is. Ace only wants this little boy to help him. One day you can be happy. Either way, he wants both. These are the characters that have been discarded at will. Can be happy. Time is fast. It's the second night after the scene ends. Ace used too much force in the last fight. It causes unbearable pain all over the body. He really wanted to take a good rest regardless of anything, but he needs to understand the exact results of defensive battles in which they did not participate. So Ash started with the city walls, to the artifact storage warehouse, all kinds of production equipment, and the soldiers of the temple. They all made a round, although a celebration banquet was held tonight. But he only finished his greetings and returned, because Ash believed that even if he wasn't there, everyone can have a great time too, especially Pigpit. He is truly a rare talent in this area, although Ash would love to lie down and sleep now, but still have to do what needs to be done. Lucas at level 35. It's already time to make a job change. After level 35, Lucas has also completed his second job change. These are powerful stats alone. Will allow him to defend him later, play a bigger role, but it's more important. Or the second skill unlocked by Lucas, although this skill is very consuming of blue energy. But next, Lucas, you can quickly reach every corner of the battlefield. Now just wait for him to learn the ultimate. Equipped with special equipment, complete the attribute upgrade. At that time, Lucas will really become the god of the battlefield, although it is still a long time before this day. But for now, the team has grown step by step, and the next character to complete the transition. It's Ash, who accidentally crossed into this world. After all, it's a hidden class commander. Ash believed that he would soon be at the end of his suffering. You can see your attributes at the moment. Ash was still stunned. He could only hope for it. You can gain cheating skills yourself. Ash's first skill is the commanding monoculus. This is the 5 years he has been playing this game. Skills that have never been seen before. It turns out that the command's monoculus can be dominated. The consciousness of the person looking at it. The lower the viewer's mana ability, the higher the success rate of the skill. The corresponding duration is also longer. In short, it's a wide area mind control skill, although it is difficult to keep it for a long time. But just by looking at Ash, you can manipulate those monsters. After all, it's a skill I've never seen before. Ash can only try to be in the actual battle after that. Test it out a bit. Then, Ace opened the reward box for clearing the previous scene. There are 3 gray chests and 1 gold chest. In this golden box, it is the legend that ends with the end of the game. It's hard to collect 10 SI boxes. Ace began to pray. Pray that you will get a practical weapon. It's not just luck. Ace needs to be less variable. And there are no weapons that use thresholds. With a flash of light, Ehrlich was given a baton. Although all SSR weapons all have unique stats and performance, but the rarest of them are cane-like weapons. The basic performance of the baton is to generate magical blades. Spawn several blades in the air for the player to control. So as long as the amount of Ash Blue is enough to perform a powerful mid-range attack, Ash can now fight like a mage. But the most special thing about this weapon is, can be used to provide strength by attacking allies. Ash suddenly thought, do you want to use this to beat your own teammates? He had some headaches. Say something good before you do it yourself. What's the solution? It can be accepted by all. I was taught by myself with a cane. The night also changed with Ash's strange distress. Ash immediately began to break the mark for the next defensive battle. The first was to order the restoration of forward positions. The forward position is located in the south, the fortress directly in front of the Black Lake water. It's also teaching. the place where the black spiders are fought in the middle of the journey, because it was badly damaged at the time, so it's been on hold. But now it's time to start working on the restoration. Although this forward position is difficult to keep, but as long as you can put it to good use, you can greatly reduce the attack. Crossroads' monster. Prepare for the next scenario. The four loves are: first, he ordered the restoration of forward positions. Then there is the expansion of the artifacts of air combat. This is to deal with the enemies that are pouring in from the sky. There are several patterns to the appearance of the monster legions in this game. Every 5 of them. The one that will appear at least once is the flying monster. So in the next 4 or 5 scenes, there will definitely be a situation where you are engaged with flying monsters. I know. Then I'll have to go and prepare the artifact right away. Since Abangerin joined the team, AI sure actually didn't plan to let Lily anymore go to dangerous places. The days that followed, Ace went to the blacksmith to check on the dismantling of the equipment. With Lucas, Crossrod's future plans were discussed. He slowly prepared what Crossrod needed. 3 days passed in a flash. There is only a week left until the next scene. I don't know if you've had a good rest these days. I'm sorry, though. I am a black-hearted leader who calls on you. But now it's time to strike again. But at this time, Ace found a group of Jailens squirming on the side. What happened to you? Is there any dissatisfaction with the first class of Jailen? No. I'm just a little shy. Ace didn't understand. Why is Jailen so shy? Is it because it has become a team now? It's still the one who sacrificed his life to fight the demons together. Or it's because I talked to AI sure about my parents. What the hell are you shy about? Don't ask, hurry up and explain. After saying that, let's go. Authentic AI sure. I don't understand it at all. The inner thoughts of these little adolescent ones. Actually, I'm a little embarrassed. What are you for? Lamentations are puzzled. Is it because I went to visit him? He didn't understand why these people were like this. It's good to be young. If you have something to say it. Nothing about me as an old man. Why mess around with you young people? Don't you mess around every day? What's the matter? It seems that you are the only normal person here. Lucas, of course. The Sovereign serves as a knight of His Highness's bodyguard. I have to be at my best at all times. That's the end of the chatter. It's time to survey the dungeon. This time, the area to go to is the north of the outer city of the third area. We will be on the northern wall of the Lake Kingdom. Go on a straight-line adventure. There is no installation there. The dungeon is also made up of a long and narrow corridor. Just try to fight those monsters. While moving forward, it's not about strength for power. Just fight off the monsters that appear one after another as you advance. We'll be able to clear the level. In all regions. Composition of the third area. It's one of the simplest in the world. It won't take long. Let's make it our goal to return before the night. Do you guys have any questions? Senior, let's go. Now that everyone is ready, then let's go. Said. Ace chose the teleportation location this time. North of the outer city. A flash of light flashed. The figures of Ace and the others also disappeared into the portal. It's too late to rest. Crossrod is about to take on his next challenge. An unquenchable fire dotted in the room. This magnificent kingdom of lakes is revealed to the world. It's the first time I've seen this place. People will still be amazed by his magnificence. Let's go when we're ready. It should be soon. You're about to run into the enemy. The moment Ash stepped down the barrier and stepped onto the city wall. Information about the area of the survey has emerged, compared to the previous dungeons. This time, the composition is fairly simple. But this also shows that the difficulty of the strategy will definitely not be low, although it will vary depending on the monster that appears. Ehrlich is well aware. A bitter battle is inevitable. Just as Ehrlich pondered what a monster might be, Lucas noticed something approaching. Just as Iklich expected, in this dungeon, they encounter flying monsters. Almost in an instant, the Raider squad is surrounded by monsters that suddenly appear. The first room of the mission. B. Destroy all the rocky drip bills that keep coming, because before it got in the way, that's what to expect. So he prepared a battle plan early in the morning. We're quick about it. These monsters will keep pounced. If you stretch the battle line, you will only consume your physical strength in vain. Love is the moment of order. 3 people except Damien. They have already defended the area in front of them. In fact, there are only 2 types of flying monsters that can appear in the early days. One is a monster known to players as a wyvern. But they're really just dragons that look close to degeneration. Its own strength and intelligence. Completely incomparable to the dragons. But even so, because they have dragon genes, so magic resistance is particularly high. Plus, you can use fireball attacks. Wyverns aren't that easy to deal with. But that's why. They have low physical defense. Just prepare enough bows and arrows and bed crossbows. It's still enough to deal with these guys. And this time the drip bill beast appeared. It's the exact opposite of wyvern. Their physical defense is high, but magic resistance isn't worth mentioning. Plus, they don't have the ability to attack from a distance. So white-knuckle fighting. It has become the best choice to face them. To deal with them, it is necessary to resist physically at the same time as the troops at the front. The magicians in the rear have to work desperately with the artifacts. In other words, the key figure who dominates the scene will be the only wide-range mage Jupiter on the team. The wizard is indeed the flower of the battlefield and the core of the war. It can be said that the owner of the bounty is the magician. If nothing else, Jupiter can be in the scene again, make a big profit. But that's why Ace is here. The reason why you are willing to spend a lot of money to train magicians. His Royal Highness. What can I do? You don't have to do anything. Let's take our time. Your eyes are not healed yet. My left arm hasn't fully recovered either. Hopefully, today's strategy. We don't need the 2 of us to play anymore. Members who are currently fighting. 2 SSR level knights, respectively. And an SR wide domain mage. And all 3 of them are, without exception, have completed the second job transfer. Even if it's just a team of them, are sufficient to deal with the reconnaissance of Area 3. So hint at what they need to do. It's just silently waiting for an upgrade. How to get a normal room. Finally, with Jupiter's liveliness. The battle ended perfectly. It's them in the dungeon. Encountered a drop-level beast with very low magic resistance. In this battle, Jupiter has undoubtedly become the most dazzling person. Although he is a strange grandmother. But Jupiter's strength is unquestionable. It's just in the way. They walked a long way along the top of the wall. Then they finally reached the north gate. To enter, there will be a way down. This is the explosion room. Make an effort today. Let's end it early. This time, the boss is the golden dripping mouthmon. Same as before. He also has a human name and position, according to the in-game settings. The dripping mouth beast is an ornament for the princes of the Lake Kingdom. Although his ability value is compared to other bosses, there is no difference, but the number of dropped items. But it is directly proportional to his extravagant image. Just as Aishi reminded everyone to prepare for battle. The unexpected happened. As the only mage in the team, Pig Pete actually rushed straight towards the golden dripping beast. At this moment, he seemed to be completely blind to the danger in front of him. Pigpit's eyes only have gold. Be the commander of the entire team. At the moment, Ash was completely unexpected. He was curious. Could it be because of the nature of goldenness? Or maybe Pete has gone mad. Even more unfortunate. The golden drip bill moved at this point. Whether it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. I'm a centurion. Do you want me to be a centurion for the rest of my life? Rush a few of you. That grandmother must not be allowed to die here. Almost at the moment of EI's order, Lucas and Evangeline took up arms. Rushed up, but the hammer of the golden drip bill has fallen. If you are working in the inner city, I'm sure I've been promoted a long time ago. Ehrlich is well aware. If at the current rate of the 2, it's definitely too late. And once Jupiter died here, Then the next scene 4 is for them. It will be a fatal test, but even the shadow of the hammer, already shrouded in Jupit's face, he still didn't feel the danger. Damien quickly knocked out his weapon. At the moment when the hammer fell, Damien fired 3 rounds at once, with the help of SSR and magic guns. The hammer's attack trajectory has been changed. Pigpit is also from the hands of the Golden Drip Bill. Pick up a life. Until this moment, Pigpit finally came out of that crazy state. Come back to your senses. Without waiting for him to react, Lucas grabbed Pete by the collar. It's a bit funny though, but in the way. They managed to save the scene. The most important Pigpit, but the golden dripping mouth, apparently did not mean to let the two go. Moment of truth. A class of Jalen uses his passive ability. The battlefield roars. This is all Shield Knights. Will use a wide area taunt skill, thanks to their powerful attributes. A class of Jalen successfully blocked the attack of the golden dripping mouth, and the precious time he bought for everyone. It also allowed Jupiter to be saved. Jupiter, I don't have the face to see you. His Highness didn't hurry up and cheer up. The most senior people here? Here's what kind of person is being done. It's just a mage with a weak body. But he rushed over at the sight of the boss. It turns out that this boss is covered in gold. As a result, Jupiter triggered his own trait, Gold Mania. Thankfully, the moment came. Lucas rescued Jupiter. That didn't cost him his life. It's me, an old man who has lost his mind. Everyone is in danger. If only you were aware of that. Ace was actually curious. Obviously in the game, this trait only reacts to chests. But why into reality? It can be activated in ridiculous places. After confirming that Jupiter is safe, Lucas is about to join the fight. Help a class of Jalen relieve stress. I'm going to get rid of that guy right away. As he spoke, Jupiter began to accumulate the magic power in his body. But at this time, a tingling pain interrupted Jupiter's movements. Don't be reckless. Let's recover first. What a shame today. When have you ever paid attention to your face in front of us? His Royal Highness. I'm going to wrap it up. Forget it, you also stand back. Damien finished with clairvoyance, which had not yet recovered. Won 3 in a row, plus the Black Queen's huge recoil. He is now weak. Wait a minute. Your prince. Your Highness is now going to test your new skills. As Ash waved his baton, 3 magical blades appeared above his head. But only Ash knows. These 3 magical blades. Half of his mana had already been consumed. The magic emanated from Ash's body. He felt aches all over his body. After all, this is Ash coming to this world. Consumes mana for the first time. As Ash waved his baton, the 3 magic blades also follow Ash's thoughts. It moved. Every time I see His Highness, you'll all show off new and amazing skills. As you can see, I am indeed a treasure man. That's the end of the training. Now let's put his power to the test. As he spoke, Ace controlled 3 magic blades. Attacked the golden dripstick. Almost at the moment of contact, the golden drip bill's armor was shattered. See how powerful the magic blade is. Ace also showed a satisfied smile. Perform 5 hits through the mana blade, and then exercise. At the moment, it seems its durability is not very high. It was at this time the golden drip bill spoke again, just because of the wrong team once. As a result, I spent my whole life in the outer city waiting for death. I'm already fighting to my heart's content. Still nagging here. Speaking of which, Evangeline used stored damage. Absorbed the power of the golden dripping beast. After the blow, Evangeline did not hesitate. Damage return was used. If I can also be promoted. If you were cool armor like that bronze statue. On the verge of death. The golden drip bill seemed to remember something. But what? Why is the rain black? Don't wait for him to figure out the answer to his question. Lucas slashed his head with a sword. Maybe I didn't get the answer I was looking for. The golden drip bill still holds its last move. But there was a loud bang. He eventually collapsed. After Jupik went back this time, you're going to write a penance. Although the mages in the party cannot use mana. But hints, in the end, they managed to overcome me without any danger. After Pikpik went back this time, you are to write a letter of repentance. There's also a week's worth of payback from your annual salary. Then put it into the Urban Development Fund. Your Highness would have gone too far. I also think it's the right thing to do. I'll do what you say. Jupik, though I don't know. Why do you see something shining? The whole person will go crazy. But don't forget, before you became a mercenary who valued money as his life, but a glorious soldier of the Igbo Bree Empire. I want you to be blinded by immediate interest before you are blinded. I can first remember the sense of honor that remains in my heart. In the ranks of energetic young people, not only can I not help as an old man, instead it became a burden for them. That's not going to work. If it happens again in the future, I will apologize for my sin with death. You don't have to joke with your life. Then take responsibility with the money that I regard as my life. So how much are you prepared to pay? About 1 day's daily wage. Mention this awkward topic. Both of them laughed in unison. Although there was a little accident. However, the third area is still fully cleared. Although the golden drip bill does not drop equipment items. However, a lot of money-swapping items were dropped. And in the treasure chest of the bursting room, the scream suit also appeared. Because of the difficulty of the game before. AI is unbelievable. There will be items of the same set in succession, plus the screaming orbs collected earlier. Next time, you can set it as long as you get the glove parts again. She screamed in the suit. Everyone, because I've suffered a lot as an old man. I don't know if I can accept it brazenly. Anyway, the third area has been surveyed. If you go down this staircase, the next safe base will appear. He also appeared during this period. The largest place in the base. That is, the base camp in the mouth of the unknown before. It is one of the few that survives in the dungeon. A place where people often gather. There are facilities such as shops and blacksmiths. But our task today is to find new members. As long as there are people who are friendly to us and have good abilities. Just do whatever it takes to take it away. In fact, that's why Ace was in a hurry to survey this time. Meet friendly NPCs, then pull into your own ranks. Although in the future, when the city is developed, the mercenary guild will also be lively. But for now, when you're at the beginning of the game, the difficulty of recruiting heroes is an inevitable problem. That's why the previous players will say, it's a game that's not just about combat. City management is also very important. All in all, you have to watch it carefully, too. See if there are any nice guys. In this eerie underground cavern, will there be such decent people? Or is there really a human presence here? It doesn't matter if some of them don't meet the standards. After all, the implication is clear. In this game, allies don't have to be just humans. After a short break, they descended the stairs. And so it went for a while. They finally reached the earth. This is the main entrance to the north of the Lake Kingdom. That is, when you first enter the bottom of the lake. The gate that I saw, a month and a half later, AI Sure and the others finally saw the gate of the Lake Kingdom. Because this door is closed. So they're in. After going through 3 scenes, I finally got around. Both in and now. We all have the same way to open it. So, how do you open this door? This door from the beginning. It can only be opened in one case. When was that? When those guys started attacking. That is the monster invasion army. When the war is against the human world. Don't think about it so much now. Let's go in first. The safe base is just around the corner. Complete today's mission. We'll be able to go back, hinting at them from the north side of the main entrance. Walk along the main road into the city. It didn't take long for a huge square to appear. Why are these guys here? They will be in the next defensive battle. Invasion of Crossrod. Guys are neatly piled up here like this. When the time comes, we'll fly to Crossrod at the same time. Then let's kill them now. Take a closer look. How could we possibly annihilate them all? At this moment, other drop-level beasts flying around the city. They are also returning to the team one by one. This is the core stronghold of these guys. And there were only 5 of us. Now there is only one way to fight them. Let's do what we can do now. In this way, they left the mainland. After entering the alley, I walked for more than 5 minutes. Then we finally arrived at our destination. This place is the base camp, because it will also be surveyed in the future. So this will act as a springboard. Before, AI's group. Stay in a dark place without a little light. Now suddenly into a brightly lit place. They are relieved and relaxed at the same time. But the Lord, didn't you say that someone lives here? That's right. But why didn't I see it alone? Until Lucas's words were heard, Ash suddenly came back to his senses. According to the experience of the game, there are at least 4 to 5 NPCs here as well. The current situation does not bode well. It was at this time, a group of masked men appeared, bows and arrows. There was no preparation. Ace. They were ambushed in a safe place. Ace was curious about who these people were. He seemed to have some impression of such a dress, just by the equipment they hold in their hands. Their rank is not low, and not only bows and arrows and crossbows. The men even prepared artillery. Until this moment, Ace began to regret what he had just done. He always subconsciously thinks of this place as a game, but it's a real world. Those rules in the game do not apply here. But, although Ash didn't have any ideas in his head to get out of trouble, but he remained calm. Your way of welcoming is a little too enthusiastic, although I appreciate you doing so. But if anyone could shed some light on the current situation, I appreciate it even more. He is an adventurer who has just entered the dungeon not long ago. It's a lovely newcomer who needs your help and guidance. But there was not the slightest hostility in Ash's words. Those people still had cold eyes. Look this way. Or rather, you want to use the priest to rectify the discipline of the newcomers. In today's society, I didn't expect that there would be such a bad habit in other places. I think it's a good tradition. Relying too much on your own gaming experience. AI sure once again suffered a loss in the base camp. And this should not have been able to use weapons. Safe base area. They were surrounded by a group of masked men. It was at this time, a deep voice came from not far away. Dismount the newcomers. Wis and human history are equally long. This is the respect and etiquette that will be given to the seniors. A process engraved in the bones. It's so good. In the future, we should protect and develop it. What kind of culture is that kind of tradition breaking? Our adventurer predecessors. It really has an old and stubborn temperament. You're right. I hear this all the time. But what can be done? A person lives a long time, always clinging to things from the past. The man playing the flute. That's what you call me. The man who plays the flute is an interesting nickname, though. But let me introduce myself. I am in the land of this great lake kingdom, the great rebel who wanders. It is also this place that has survived. The last court musician, and court jester, and court magicians. You can call me the Crown. It's a pleasure to see you here. The last player. Hear the Crown call himself a player. Love is the whole person is stunned. This NPC named Crown. He wasn't that great in the original game, even if you occasionally break into the battlefield. He's just in charge of commanding the monsters, or cast a simple spell on the player. And where he should have been, it is in the first room of the final boss dungeon. At that time, the player's team was already strong. Just a few random stabs with a knife can be defeated instantly. However, this NPC was supposed to appear in the final scene. Now he has appeared in the base camp, and these masked men behind him. It was also the guy who appeared together at that time. And more importantly, just now the Crown refers to Ash as a player. This is not meant to be. This man also understands the faculties of this world. Although there are a lot of questions in Ash's mind at the moment. But none of that matters anymore. The immediate priority is to get out of the current crisis. Why do you want to be hostile? Can you tell me why? Your party isn't just going to travel all over the city? uncover the kingdoms. You don't know the secret. What a terrible darkness slumbered in there. So I'm just trying to stop you guys from doing that. We are the ultimate defense force to protect the kingdom. It is the surviving remnant of the Lake Kingdom. Of course, you can also call us Nightcrawlers. We will annihilate the dark people who want to touch the city. You're just one of them. As he spoke, the crown slowly raised his right hand. Ash is clear. Once his hand is down, the attack will be in full swing. These are the enemies that will only appear in the last scene. Ash's current team is no match for them at all. Now, they're not only surrounded, and also in terms of rank and equipment. There is a big gap between them and each other. If you deal with their cavalry team, someone is going to die. Even the worst outcome is annihilation. Ash had no time to think about a solution. He could only use all his hands now. I saw a glimmer of light flash from Ash's eyes. Ash meets the crown and his troops at the base camp. As a last resort, Ash can only use the skills he just acquired. The command's magic eye. At the moment when the skill is activated, Ash felt like time was slowing down around him. There are a total of 12 objects captured by the skill. If the instruction is too complicated, there is a high chance that the skill will fail. Ash gave the simplest of instructions. You all turn around. Since this instruction is extremely simple, so a total of 7 goals were affected. But even if it's just such a simple action, Ace, after finishing his skills, it's still a lot of backlash. Take advantage of this opportunity. We're going to use the portal to escape. Almost at the moment when Ace pointed the way, Lucas moved. With Lucas opening the way, the remaining 4 people hurriedly ran towards the location of the portal. Is it spiritual domination? What an interesting party. Law shoot, don't let those guys run away. Generally, Jalen easily blocked the first round of swords. But because of the commander's magic eye, the time has come. The scale of the sword feathers in the second round was much larger than before. Leave it to me this time. As he spoke, Jay Ling leaped into the air, with the help of exclusive gear. The sword feather of the second round was also easily blocked by the general gelling. It was at this time, the troops of the crown lit the cannons. His Royal Highness Prince Damien. Leave it to me. I saw only the bullets of the Black Queen fly straight at the incoming cannonballs. Although before the battle, it also has a little effect on Damien, but it's still easy to just intercept shells, now implying that they just need to run to the portal, not after a safe evacuation. Prepare for the next counterattack. Want to run? We've been preparing for so long. You can't be allowed to run away easily. I saw 2 magicians among the enemies, already saved up and honed, and if the 2 attributes of wind and fire are combined, will be more destructive. Once hit, it will be incomparable to the power of cannonballs. Raise the area to the ground, and according to the current situation of the team, there was simply no one to resist the mage's attack. If nothing else, suggests that they may have to give an account here. But at this time, Jupiter stepped forward. How dare you be so arrogant? He relied on his thunder and lightning magic, forcibly blocked the magic attacks of the 2 attributes. But I also know by looking at Jupiter's appearance, blocking these offensives is not simple. I won't be able to last long, Your Highness. Run. In this case, Ehrlich also knew there was no better way than now. He had to keep up with Lucas and flee, because here is the only one who can open the portal. Ace is the only one. Fortunately, in the end, Damien will still be. The wounded Jupiter brought it back. Fortunately, Jupiter did not lose his life here. He can still be in the next defensive battle. Make a difference. The Crown's forces also knew they couldn't stop Ace, so they didn't continue to attack. Just stood there and watched Ace quietly. I don't know. What was the face under the crown mask thinking? I just feel the smiling face engraved on the mask. It's very unpleasant. We'll see. Dog stuff playing flute. I'll definitely come back and beat you up. Jupiter sacrificed his life to protect him. The group finally escaped to the location of the portal. Evening after returning from the free survey, Erish came to the temple of Crossrod. After all these battles, Erlich's mentality is different now. He began to hesitate. Do you have to fight with humans in the future? When playing the game before, he didn't think about it in the slightest. So at the time when the crown first appeared, he didn't hesitate to let Damien shoot. Maybe it's because I've experienced too many deaths and funerals. He began to change his mind. These people are no longer simple data. They all have their own experiences and stories. At least in this world, they are all living people. They are all working hard for their goals. Now love. It was the same problem as Damien at that time. If it's for survival and clearing levels, he's still the same as before. Don't hesitate to get rid of the enemy team's humans. It was at this time, the leftover woman walked out after the treatment. Fortunately, everyone's lives are not in danger. However, there is one caveat. Lord Jupiter for overusing magic. Left behind sequelae. At present, it is in a state of runaway magic. The magic is out of control. Isn't that an extremely dangerous situation? Yes, the magic is out of control. It is damaging the caster's body. A little careless. There is a chance that he will not be able to use magic for the rest of his life. He had to recuperate for a while. To know. Pigpit is the core combat power in this scene. After losing him, the difficulty of this defensive battle will be greatly increased. Can I go and visit him? No, Master Pigpit is in critical condition right now. Pigpete Gold had a frenzy before. Ashify was very mean to him. And now it's happening again. Ace's heart was very uncomfortable. Several others have also completed treatment. They should have gone out first. Thank you, Holy Maiden. As he spoke, Ace left a bag of gold coins in the temple. Thank you for your hard work. How are you in health? We're fine. What about Pig Peachin? He was badly wounded. I won't be able to return to the front for a while. Is it so serious? It should be thankful. Only one member of the team was seriously injured. If we weren't careful, we'd all die there. Although Ace tried his best to comfort them. But it's still hard to see them by looking at their faces. Let me tell you about it first. I'm going to give those guys some color and see. I heard Aishi say this. The three of them finally cheered up, since they are so daring. Provoke the love of the Empire. The Prince and his Praetorian Guard. Naturally, that comes at a price. But we're not going now. We need to be prepared. And so on to successfully clear this scene. We're going to get rid of those guys. Sharpen the knife sensibly and thoughtfully. Guns and bullets ready. And then annihilate them in one fell swoop. So let's rest today. Stop thinking nonsense. Got it? But that being said, Ace was still struggling with this defensive battle. Although Lily is also a magician. But he wasn't a wide-area magician like Jupiter. It was at this time, I'd scurried out of nowhere. Maybe it's for the sake of retribution. Repeat this, game leader. The hint reached out and stirred him a little. You damn responsible. I haven't been looking much lately. What did you do? Are you working well? Absolutely. Now there are more important things than dealing with city administration. This scene, quite possibly the worst we've ever had. Our prisoners. They fled. What are you talking about? Are there any prisoners in Crossroads? It wasn't Crossrod, it was sent by the Empire. Those on death row. It's too late to worry about the absent magician. Soon ushered in new troubles. The players they sent out finally got a response. But the Empire did not send reinforcements. Rather, 5 condemned prisoners was transferred to Crossrod. 5 heinous murderers overturned the carriage in which they were being held. All of them fled, and it happened at noon today. But until now, the prisoners have not been caught. You damn responsible. Why didn't it happen before this happened? Just stop me. He said that he had no power in this world. There's no way to predict the future. But I can give you information about these 5 people. I've already recorded their profiles into the system in advance. Then you didn't say it earlier. With that, Ace opened the system panel to check the information. At the moment of seeing the introduction, Ace was stunned. They asked the capital for reinforcements. The guy who was sent. If the Lord takes care of them, maybe they'll be useful reinforcements. Of course, it's going to be wrapped. No matter what you do, I'm going to bring in these guys, even if they are from the Empire. Murderers compared to ghosts and zombies. Death row prisoners are definitely better. The most critical thing is their stats, much taller than the people in Ehrlich's current team. So incompetent person in charge of this. Where did they flee? You don't have a clue. According to the reports received, I speculate that they should be in the barren mountains north of the city, although the distance is not far. But it's a bit of a remote place. Nothing to hesitate about. Lead the way right away, since there are also those who were expelled from the capital. Then take this opportunity to talk to them. North of Crossrod. Everywhere, there are barren mountains that have not yet been cultivated. On the land north of the front line, all the land where crops can be grown has been cleared, although not as fertile as south of the front. But in order to survive, even the smallest piece of land has to be dug out. And in such a cruel situation, the land has still not been fully cultivated. This means that the mountains are extremely steep. As the only normal person in the team, naturally, the obstacle is not so good physical strength. Your lord, are you all right? Do you need me to carry you to your destination? Can it really be? Normally, Jalen looks like it's getting in the way. Some are speechless. Tell me what kind of eyes you have. Nothing you envy. Do you want me to carry you? Senior, do you want to carry me? That's right. And then Lucas came to carry me. Well, I think a good idea. What kind of backing is that? I don't want it. Absolutely not. My back can only carry the main army. I'm really sorry. It's all because of our dereliction of duty. It's okay. I can just get some exercise. It's my old waist. Your Highness's villain deserves death. But I hope you'll spare my life. The senior didn't do this kind of thing in the capital before. It's a lot of success. After all, before being possessed. AI sure is not an easy person to deal with. So this escort captain from the Empire. It's natural to be scared. In short, the few death row prisoners who escaped. It was to this barren mountain. Right, that's right. As you can see, the trail of those guys extends to this mountain. 5 condemned prisoners escorted by the Reich escaped. But the mourner was curious. Why did they flee into the barren mountains? The barren mountain area north of Crossrod is inhabited by bandits. It's been a hassle since a long time ago. The first time I met my seniors, I thought it was a bandit who had entered the city and taken over my home. Traces left by broken weapons and wheels nearby. It really shows that people come and go here. Could it be that the condemned prisoners are running here? Is it also related to nearby bandits? Who knows? If they escape from prison in order to be the king of the mountain belt. It seems like a good starting point. That being said, but there are still too many doubts about the whole thing. What you report should be true. Of course. How dare I lie to your highness? After that, AI sure led the team. I walked in the barren mountains for about 10 minutes. Finally, we arrived at the cottage presumed to be the base of the bandits. The enemies might be inside. I'll check first. Just confirm. Don't be pushy. This time, a class of Jalen also drilled out. I'm going too. Although Love is worried during the proximity to the cottage. You'll see arrows flying at them. But the cottage is inexplicably quiet. But the closer you get here, the more you can smell a strong smell of blood. You ready? Wait until I count to 3. Let's break in together. You can enter the cottage at the moment. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. The whole cottage corpse is strewn all over the field. Here's what's going on. It was at this time, Lucas spotted the survivors hiding on the sidelines. Look at him like this. Obviously very stimulated. Calm down, little bandit. We are champions. Although depending on the degree of the crime, you may be sentenced to death by hanging. It may also put you in jail. But at least here you won't die. Please get me out of here. We didn't do anything. Just robbed one. Horse-drawn carriage only. What do you mean? You said you robbed a wagon. That's right, because the carriage came from the capital. So we thought it must be full of valuables. But open the stolen carriage and take a look. There were only prisoners inside. And then those guys will kill you back. That's probably the case. Captain of the escort team. What you told us happened. It seems to be a little different from what this friend said. I know. After all, it was a prisoner from the Imperial city. If the escort team is said to have been robbed by the border bandits, it's a shame for sure. I can forgive you for your mistakes. But it is unforgivable to deliberately distort the facts because of mistakes. Let's start with that. You will be punished as you deserve. Love is very incomprehensible. Why tell such a lie that will be debunked immediately? But when I think of what this prince has done before, AI sure suddenly understood. Now the only problem is, where are the 5 condemned prisoners? It was at this time, a class of Jalen seemed to have discovered something. Senior, come over for a moment. Look over there. What's going on here? Welcome, His Royal Highness and all of you from Crossrod. We, the 5 condemned prisoners, have been waiting for you. Obviously, I finally had a chance to escape. But the prisoners put themselves in chains. We don't have the slightest idea of escaping or escaping. Rather, I hope that you will implement the criminal law as soon as possible and report to superiors. This time, Axe saw the prisoner's light green hair. In this game, the only people with this hair color are the elves. Please, everybody, please carry out the death penalty against us as soon as possible. If you find it troublesome, it is also possible to cut off our heads directly here. Please get rid of us. Got a chance. Death row prisoners who can escape. But he took the initiative to handcuff himself with iron chains. Even, Ace was also asked to cut off their heads as soon as possible. Ace speculated that there might be something else going on here. And he also needs death row prisoners to serve as combat force, in order not to let the content of the next conversation to be disseminated. Ace cleared all the soldiers around him. Your name is the Hand of God. Yes, yes. That's right, where it belongs. Team 8 of the Elder Guards. Lucas and Evangeline who heard this. He looked very surprised. But that's understandable. Take full charge of all the dirty things of the Empire. A Black Ops project directly under the royal family. The shadow of royalty. The Emperor's Hound. These are all used to describe the Aegisti force. It doesn't seem like yours is the Inquisitive Hand. The members of this task force do not have their real names. The code name is our name. I heard that you have rebelled. Are these true? His Royal Highness. With all due respect. We were already in the Imperial City 3 months ago. He was tried before a military court, and the verdict was made. All the punishments have been determined. I don't understand the use of you asking us about this. Please execute us as soon as possible. You're dying anyway. Answer a few questions that the prince wants to know. It can still be done. I think I still have that level of authority. I'll just take you as you agree. Let me now ask a few questions. Where you and your party were last sent. It's the Duchy of Bryn, right? How would you know this? If you think I live in a remote part of the south. So if you don't have eyeliner outside, that's going to be hard. After all, as a player's love teacher, can be done from the system. Learn some official information about these roles, so you can clearly understand their previous tasks. A year ago, your team has been sent to the Duchy of Bryn, and the ambassadors of our Eberblay Empire. It was 9 months ago in Brynl, after the assassination of the Principality. Diplomacy between the two countries gradually deteriorated. Finally, war broke out half a year ago. It is still at war until now. The main specialty of the Egon Stirs is to infiltrate the rear. Just sabotage the work. There are also assassination key figures, right? The silence after you. I will assume that I am acquiescing to what I say. Anyway, I made a hypothesis. The big shots of our empire wants to annex the Duchy of Bryn, but there was no suitable reason for belly. But if our diplomats were assassinated in the Principality, this can be blamed on the Principality. It would also be a good casus belli. Your predictions are too much. 3 months ago, after your team returns to the Empire after completing their mission, he was immediately arrested. He was sentenced to death for treason without any defense. In order to prevent leakage, the enforcement team was eliminated. It's really like a platform in the shadows. Isn't it, Your Highness? If that's exactly what you say. We who have completed our mission but have been abandoned. It should be a very unjust situation. There's no reason why we'd wait to die like this. At the very least, defend yourself or run away. Because there are hostages. For your kindred have been taken into slavery. If you complete your mission and die obediently, it should be good for your kind. That's right, in the setting of Guardian Empire. Races such as elves or dwarves were slave classes. In the war with humanity 100 years ago, all the nations of the clan are in decline. The survivors became slaves to humanity. And in this race war, the Imperial Empire that led the people to victory seized the hegemony of the continent. There are not many people left of the entire elven race, and they are also locked up in the so-called Elven Autonomous Region. Painful life. The elves who have been treated internally. But he worked in the Empire's secret service, and all 5 of them were willing to wait for death. The only reason. That's them. It was coerced by the Empire with the lives of its own people. The Elven Queen who appeared 3 years later. It is also for similar reasons. Sacrificed to protect his kindred. Really touching. This is a noble spirit of sacrifice, but at the same time stupid. Even His Highness's speculation is correct. It doesn't change anything. We have been sentenced to death. His Royal Highness also received the official letter. I do not know. You are to us the condemned prisoners. The purpose of saying these words. Are you mocking us? If this is not the case, so is this just a game of royalty? Hand of God. You know what? Although the official document says that the death penalty will be carried out, but it is not written down how it will be carried out. Other words, it doesn't matter if it's a dagger, a decapitation, or a burning. Your lives are at my disposal. This is the monster front. It's 3 days and 2 ends. There are monsters like disasters coming. Other words, I'll put you on the front lines, then report to your superiors. The death penalty has been carried out against you. I can do that. Until then, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you want to live? If it does not implicate your kindred, are you still willing to live a long life? What can we do in life? Anything can be done. Just stay alive. Anything can be done in the end. Please don't give us unnecessary hope, Your Highness. Whipped with a whip. You can cut it with a knife. Please break us to pieces. Chop off your head and feed it to the dogs. It doesn't matter what you do with us. But don't give us hope. Hope makes us miserable more than anything else. Some people are used to surviving in despair. Because if you have expectations, if you imagine the future, instead, it will be a big disappointment. Make no mistake, I don't want to give you something that dazzling. In a city of despair, hopefully it's okay for everyone. An unattainable existence. I just wanted to give you a chance not to end this life. Why you should save us? Don't ask such a rightful question. I'm doing this, of course, because you're needed. At present, the monster front line is in a state of shortage of talent. There is an urgent need for capable combatants. If you're willing to help. The monsters are attacking with increasing intensity. If the place is lost, your own autonomous regions are also in danger. Although I said a lot, but the final choice is yours. But I still want to ask you, and not only to prolong your own lives. Ultimately, it's also about protecting your kind. And give a hand. Your Highness, you guessed right. We got a commitment from the Secret Service. As long as 5 of us successfully complete the task, and was quietly disposed of, our race will be able to get a year's worth of food. They are actually living sacrifices, but they accepted the order. We certainly don't want to die, but the state of our race has become so bad that it is. We had to give up our lives, even to the extent of scrambling to die. I would like to have the courage to say a word to Your Highness. If you would not be liable to us, let's get rid of us here. But if you still insist on taking us in, you are responsible for the end. I'll be responsible to the end. I take the 3rd Prince Ashbonkt. The blood of Iberbele swears. So from now on, the 8th team of the Edister service will swear allegiance to the prince of the AI family. His Highness said, "The hand of God unshackled all the team members. We are but an arrow, one bullet. It's just a gust of wind. Please be sure to call me without hesitation." Then discard mercilessly. Here it is, the mission of our 8th Ghost Service team. That's it. AC ended up with a good team of substitutes. Crossroads. After that, AI sure fiercely scared the escort team, and then drove them out of the city. Although the escort captain has always asked, confirmed that the execution is completed before leaving. But AI sure used the reason that those who lied to the royal family could not enter the city. Chase him away. As for the 8th team of the Ekensters, Ace temporarily settled in Cross, in the vacant room of the Rhodes mansion. Although with Ace's permission, it's easy to take them with you. But in order to take into account the feelings of others, Ace didn't do that. After all, the people of this world. The battle with the aliens had just ended 100 years ago. Their hatred and ambivalence of aliens. It has long been ingrained. So Ash was distressed. Leave them were to stay after that. And how to summon them? Unconsciously, Ash had already reached the door of the room for the 5 of them. It's a message of mourning. We haven't stayed in such a nice place in a long time. It's so soft. It's super comfortable, and the food here is delicious. Yes, I've never eaten anything so good. Do you think he'll give us dessert? I've never eaten anything like that. It was at this time, several people finally found the lions standing at the door. They immediately put away the look they had just made. The child star became the Ghosters. It's too late for you to pretend to be arguing now. I don't understand what you're saying. We are the elder soldiers. It's an emotionless, ruthless slaughtering machine. Let's not talk about that. Do you want to eat supper? Almost the moment you see the food. A few people who just returned to a serious book. All eyes lit up. Maybe it's because of the previous training. They eat almost exactly the same frequency. You don't have to be so restrained. Let's eat comfortably. You're thinking too much. Your Highness, we are very comfortable now. Before going back to Crossrod, the hand of God is like love is the power that introduces all people. The hand of God is the captain. He was an Iron Man. As long as it is a metal that contains iron, anything can be rehearsed into the form he wants. There is also a baby fat female elf on her cheeks. His code name was Badaber. Badebo's ability is a telekinesis. Heavy loads can be lifted with ease. It can also make people move in the air or throw weapons. Next is the youngest of the 5 people. He is a close-range shooter specializer, codename Ajo. As an expert in human warfare, his weapon is a double stone bow, and it is said that he has a lot of experience in hunting monsters. Next, it is a teenager with 3 deep scars on his face. He is the only in-rank character among the 5. Skel is a long-range shooter, and there is also the skill of hiding noise. The last one is the person in charge of firepower in the team. His code name is Manhwa. Unlike others, only he still had a sealer. Splash's weapons are tailor-made for him. Setup type intrusion. But he doesn't have a good control over his abilities at the moment. But as long as he can grow well, he will be useful in the future. Actually, if you look at it this way, they're just ordinary people. Have pity on them. Such children have to give their lives in order to keep the entire race alive. This shows that the elves are not in a good situation. Let the members of the Egn Stern open their hearts. AI sure brought food to prepare and chat with them. But until all the food is eaten, they're still on guard against AI sure. Anyway, there are 5 of you. When did the team start to be formed? Our 8 teams have only been established for about a year and a half. But as a candidate for the special service team, it was a quilt together at that time. Management, so we have known each other since childhood. Management of candidates for the special forces. We lost the country and the land. The only resources left for the elves are ourselves. So, ethnicity sells human resources in a variety of ways. Children who are good at fighting. From a very young age, It's about to start as a member of the Reserve Secret Service. Get trained, and then according to the battle plan specified by the superiors, pick people with the right skills to form a team. In order to complete this operation, we have to form teams to train. After being put into operation, regardless of success or failure, you will all be abandoned. Yes, in fact, from the standpoint of the human empire, this way is very effective, even a very dangerous operation. You can also, without the use of precious human lives, perform tasks, and there are very few risks to take. Success is a good thing. If you fail, you can also get rid of the relationship. There will be no loss whatsoever, because this is the greatest enemy of mankind ever. A one-legged elf did it. Both politically and practically, all are almost risk-free, and can easily make a profit. What an easy way to do it. But what a cruel thing it is. Who is the commander of the Egon Stirs? That's it. There's nothing I can't tell your highness. After all, you knew it all from the beginning. Just wanted to confirm for me. Commander of the Egner Force. It has always been the head of the interior of the Imperial family in successive generations. Served. Now it is His Royal Highness Fernandez, the second prince. He was the Minister of Administration in charge of the interior affairs of the empire. It was also the eighth pair that was sent to heirs, his older brother. He is also the culprit who put the shackles on these elves. Ehrlich couldn't help but remember, when the hand of God gives it to himself. If you say so, please accept this. This is an oath of loyalty on behalf of us. About the collar. Press the button. The bomb necklace will activate while we were captured alive by the enemy, a tool that allows us to self-end remotely. The moment he heard Fernandez's name, the expressions of the other members of the Secret Service team also changed. They're even sacrificing their own lives. A member of the Secret Service who doesn't flinch. But the second prince made them fearful. Ash couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person is his second brother? Maybe it's because the topic is mentioned. The atmosphere in the room became very dull. In order to lighten the atmosphere, Ash changed the subject. Are you still satisfied with the room? We were a few months before. He has been kept in a prison dedicated to death row inmates. For the past 7 days, he has been tied to a carriage again. Escorted here. So this room is a paradise. To be honest with you, we don't want to leave here even a single step. That's not going to work. Is the meal okay? It took a bit of thought for me to prepare, because elves cannot eat meat. Therefore, Aishi also specially instructed the head chef. A vegetarian-based menu has been developed. Eat and beg for food all the time. Suddenly, I ate this delicacy. We were very happy. In particular, the other team members are still at an age when they are still growing up. Thank you so much for taking care of yourself. We don't pick and choose. It's just going to be obedient, live according to what you give. So please treat us like objects, as a small citizen of a country in another world. Ash clearly couldn't accept such a relationship. After that, Ash talked to them a little more. Things about life later in life. Things like dress and range of motion. Anyway, let's discuss it slowly in the future. Thank you very much again. Good dreams. When I saw Olgo waving, Ace subconsciously raised his hand for some reason. His Royal Highness the Third Prince is a good human being. Are you a good person? Seems to be a good person. He even sent us supper. Hopefully he'll be able to bring us supper. Ace suddenly felt. You'll have to let them move in later. Inside the room with better soundproofing. But Ace still didn't ask the question in his mind. Did they really pull the trigger on the war? After visiting Emus. After the Special Forces. Ace finds Lucas hiding in the corner. He wondered why Lucas was hiding here. His Highness had just gone in alone. So I'm on standby. If something happens, I'll rush in right away, no matter how you say it. There are also death row inmates suspected of treason. I think there is a need for monitoring. But I have this thing in my hands, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But after all, there will still be surprises. So even if it's for Lucas, AI decided to send someone to spy on them. Right now. There are only 5 days left until the start of Scene 4. AI has to devote himself to the next defensive battle. So early the next morning. So Ash went to the blacksmith shop in the city. The face of the blacksmith leader was full of confidence. Your Highness, I have been waiting for you. This is the product of the disassembly of the equipment you commissioned last time. So saying, the blacksmith opened the box in his hand. Inside, it's a standard super magic box. In fact, AI sure didn't expect it in her heart. It really succeeded in decomposing. The last time Elsie took a class of Jalen's 4 SSR weapons, it was handed over to the blacksmith to dismantle. Although, after polishing 4 pieces of equipment, it seems like a loss to build something. However, the disassembly of equipment varies according to the degree of damage. The probability of recycling a mana box will also be greatly reduced. So being able to decompose it successfully is already very profitable. The 3 magic guns you asked for earlier. We've already made it. This is a mana box with 3 Nezumi fighters. 3 second-level magic spears crafted. All 3 guns were made in the same form. So I named them the 3-headed dogs of hell. That's a good name. So far, AI sure asked him to make a total of 6 magic guns. After hearing that these magic guns are to be used by the same person, the head of the blacksmith said, consideration is given to the burden on the user's body. He made this magic gun very small. This makes it small and lightweight. It should be good when fighting in close quarters. I'm sorry though, but I've got to ask you right now. Craft your next piece of gear. Said, AI sure took out the magic box of the golden dripping beak. There are also 5 pieces of gold armor. I'm going to commission you with the violence gear I want to make this time. First time hearing about such equipment. The blacksmith in charge also had a serious face. The so-called boss equipment. It's after getting rid of the boss monster. A dedicated mana box that has a high chance of dropping. This magic box can be used to craft equipment or artifacts. You can use it when you need it. But if it's equipment that the boss monster has used before, that's a must. Dropped by bosses other than mana boxes. The performance of these devices is very good. So as long as the conditions and circumstances are met, it will be more advantageous to make it. And Love has never started to make it before. It's because the previous equipment is not very adaptable. Like what? The great sword used by the undead knight in Scene 1. Because there are no characters on the team who use the great sword. So there was no production. And after that, it's the elite monsters who appear instead. Or even if there is a boss, there are also no drop-specific mana boxes. This situation, it lasted until the last dungeon. The Golden Drip Bill encounter. That's why AI sure had the opportunity to make this guy. Boss equipment. Gold armor. Please make it as light as possible. Do not overweight your shoes. Be sure to make it easy to move. But in that case, defense also seems to decrease in proportion. It doesn't matter as long as it's easy to move, because AI sure wants to make it. Its actual performance is closer to that of a magician. Of special dresses. After taking care of the affairs of the blacksmith shop, the next place Ace goes to is Alchemist Factory. Repair work on artifacts of air combat. It is also coming to an end smoothly. But Ace didn't come for them this time, because Lily has been working here. Looks like I'm going to have to play in this defensive battle. That being said, but in fact every defensive battle, Lily is fighting on the front lines. What's the solution? I can only blame myself for being born a magician. Seeing Lily crying, AI sure was also a little flustered, but she still had to stand on the front lines and fight. Your Highness, I have something to ask for. If there are a lot of new mages coming in later, be sure to let each of them come and say hello to me. Although I often show off that I am a magician, but in fact my ability is average. Not to mention being educated in an ivory tower. I didn't even practice with a decent teacher. There will definitely be a lot of good magicians to join in after that. Then I can be fixed as an office worker. I don't want to be there, despised by excellent, talented newcomers. Please let me be a senior magician. Even if I can't walk, Just an office clerk. The qualifications of the magicians are not very good. I know. No one will look down on you. Even if there are guys like that. I will also take responsibility. Teach them a hard lesson. Is it such a thing? I can't help it yet. Do it for our most senior magicians. Well, don't worry. I'm not going to run away. Just call me. I'll join the team right away. Ash knows it too. Gotta get the magicians of the Ghost Guards as soon as possible. Come and say hello to him. At the end of the day, Ash finally got into the carriage back to the mansion. Though, as the main player, Pigpit is currently in a state of serious injury. But Ash also got a bench. All he had to think about now was how to arrange it in order to win this defensive battle with maximum efficiency. And here it is. Then the trader's necklace lit up. This means that a new dark event has emerged. Somebody wants to ruin this game. The dark room was deliberately arranged with a hellish test. And in the dark events of this scene, the number of boss monsters will increase. Suppressing, Ash couldn't believe it. The guy hiding behind the scenes, even the boss of the scene, can be copied. To know after losing Pigpit. This time, the difficulty of the scene has been greatly increased. But on the bright side, this time you can get double the experience and items. And this is also a common occurrence in the mid to late game. Ash just needs to make a good strategy. Convince yourself. After Ash began to look forward to the dark events, bring yourself even more powerful enemies, so he could kill them all. Then gain a lot of experience. Draw awesome power-ups. Upgrade your magic equipment. Finally, occupy their base. He wants to make the people behind the scenes regret sparing his life, and the use of trials to make oneself stronger. Scene 4 is accompanied by the smell of drizzle, striding towards the dark room. But what Ace didn't expect was this. Preparations for a defensive battle still ran into big problems. And this is something Ace never imagined. There is no way to start the problem. Lee, the only offensive mage on the team, got into a big problem. Lily wanted to be a mage in the past. Ellie deliberately brought the hand of God with her. But Lily was extremely flustered. This is still Ellie's time since the tutorial scene. The first time I've seen Lily like this. In order not to let the hand of God hear his own words, Lily grabbed Ellie and walked a long way. The substitute team members you're talking about aren't sprites. You'll recognize it as an elf right away. That's right, for a moment. Lily's expression became extremely complicated. You know, I got it. Let's get the opportunity of the spark skin characteristics. Of course I do. Isn't it because of the goblins that broke into the village? In order not to be hurt by their will. That's when the trait awakened. You're right. You think, though, who lured the goblin hordes to the village? It's the elf family who used to be our house slaves. My parents felt slave. The elves that the hunters were chasing were pitiful, and he took them in, let their family stay in our mansion and leave it alone. During the year, they were hired as domestic slaves. My parents took good care of them, let them have no worries about food and clothing. But one day a year later, they suddenly say that humanity cannot be forgiven. After that, the protective wall of the village was opened. The goblins were lured in by them. Villages were also burned down. My parents were hacked to death with knives. I'm the only one left. No matter how much kindness we have in our hearts, they all still hate humanity. And one day, he will betray His Highness. I say this for the sake of His Highness. As she spoke, Lily glanced at her hand. Whatever your reason for letting the elves join, please don't trust them. They opened the protective wall of our village as well. Maybe destroy the front line here too. Lily, do you hate elves? I hate them as much as I fear them, even if they are not the parties to the crime. We hate races that are different from ourselves. It's something that can't be avoided. And they are the same. As a human being from another world, love is not enough to know this land, as well as a long history, the deep and long hatred that arises. So he didn't know how to comfort Lee. I don't know how to fix this. It was at this time, the hand of God took the initiative to come over. Excuse me, both of you. First of all, I want to ask for your forgiveness. Originally loved. I work as a newspaper reporter even if I don't want to hear it. I overheard it too. We just said that. You hear it all. Yes, I'm very sorry. At the moment when the hand of God approached, Lily's face turned even paler. The elves were in her memory. It has caused indelible damage to her. Miss Lily, I want to say one thing to you. First of all, I don't want to ask for your forgiveness. Because of this thing, it's not that I apologize. To negate the damage you take. And the resentment you have against our race will not be extinguished. Miss Lily, though, we now have to deal with the coming war. Before my country did not perish. Also, humans and elves have teamed up to fight the monster invasion. We face a common enemy. I think it's time to let go of personal feelings. Fighting together according to the will of His Royal Highness the Prince. No, I won't trust the elves anymore. Aren't you like me? You're also disgusted with humans. You don't hate to let your country perish. Do we call the elves as slaves? Fought against humanity for thousands of years. He was a slave for another 100 years. Between two races. It can only be a relationship of mutual hatred and suspicion. And this relationship lasts until one of them disappears completely. Other soldiers will also appear because of the presence of elves on the front line and feel uneasy. Your Highness, your decision to appoint them is simply ill-sighted. I hope you will reconsider. Lily, if she doesn't let them join, then you may have to go to the front later. I'd rather be like that. Instead of letting me fight with the elves, it's better to be on the front line every time. Lily, who had been eager to leave office no matter what. He actually said such a thing. Plus Lucas's previous reaction. Ash thinks probably most of the soldiers were more inclined to Lily. Let's be honest with you. Miss Lily, as you say, we don't like humans as a race. But what's the point? My country is gone. Our race lives under the control of humans. That's just the way it is. The power of life and death of our entire race. All in the hands of the Empire. At the same time, it is also under the control of His Royal Highness the Prince. Our race is now without Imperial relief. Even if it is a fatal death, it is not surprising that it is an ant-like existence. Even if we have bad intentions, it's just a person who dies for His Highness. I just hope the people of the same clan in their homeland were able to live one more day. And I hope my team members can be happier. That's all. Miss Lily, it should be the same, despite your physical inconvenience. Everyone sticks to the front line of the monsters. Isn't it just to protect those precious people? I'm convinced. It is impossible for elves and humans to have a friendly relationship. But we now face a common enemy. It serves the same purpose. That is to fight for those who are precious. Case. Do you need more reasons to fight together? Fight alongside the monsters once. It's still acceptable. But even so, I can't forgive you either. Absolutely not. It doesn't matter, I'm used to it. Your Highness is limited to this defensive battle. I will fight with them in this defensive battle. But if after the war, their team is still here, I'm going to leave this front line. I have to go back and rest. Goodbye, Lily, who people know is very kind, but thoughtful. Be considerate of others, compared to their own safety. He paid more attention to dedicating himself to the cause. But that's how Lily is. Still does not shy away from showing hatred. A feud between humans and elves. Deeper than love is imagined. Just like the history of this world. The grievances are also very deep. I called you to say hello to him. And it will hurt you. It's time to rebuke. It doesn't matter. I'm really commonplace. Miss Lily's reaction. On the contrary, it can be regarded as polite. Seemingly. People are more sensitive to this issue than I thought. Your Highness makes me feel amazing, despite being a human being who is good to us. It is also inevitable that prejudice will be felt from their sight. There was a sense of vigilance in his eyes that could not be hidden. But His Highness didn't look like that. So, I think it's amazing. Thank you very much. In fact, it goes back to the roots. Or is it because Ash is from another world? In that world, he was also a very narrow citizen. So even if others are wary or despise us, don't worry too much about it, either. We will do our best in this defensive battle. Prove your worth. Ashman hopes. The main team and the substitute team are able to get along. But judging by the experience of these 2 days alone, Ash was a little worried. But this is also the responsibility of the frontline commander. On the afternoon of the penultimate day of the defensive battle, Eth and Lucas arrive at the elf's room again. The 5 of you will wear this dress from now on. It's new clothes, His Royal Highness. It will really take care of our daily life. This is to be given to the monsters here, a sample of the military uniform worn by the frontline soldiers. In order to increase the sense of belonging of the army, Ike specially designed a new military uniform. And that's what he's always been saying. Military uniforms must be handsome. In this way, everyone will feel proud when they wear it. But I want to wear this dress. You have to join the army. For this reason, AI sure also went to consult Ide. There is also a group of Jalen from the capital. I think you'll have to keep your identities hidden. So, I put a hood on my uniform. Looks good. It's a good fit for you. From now on, you're no longer Team 8 of the Egansterstry. All the members of that team have died. From now on, you are the special forces directly under the 3rd Prince AI Division. Shadow Troops, listen up to the members of the Shadow Force. Let's go monster hunting. 3 days later, on the morning of the day of the defensive battle, monsters flying towards the castle stain the sky black. Tomorrow morning's defensive battle. Ace and the team had a detailed combat meeting, accompanied by the sound of war drums. The monsters arrived as expected. A dripping mouthpiece flying in the sky stained the sky of Crossrod black. Damn monsters. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It looks like it's going to rain. Not sure about this weather. What variables will it bring to the battle? It doesn't seem to be going to be of great help to us. But there is no way. It doesn't matter if it's rain or snow. We're all going to do the same thing. Get rid of monsters. Protecting humanity. That's the goal of the Monster Front. It is also the meaning of Crossrod's existence. Listen to all of you. I'll cut it short. I hope you can get rid of all the monsters. We had a full meal in the evening. Then sleep peacefully. It was unusually quiet on the walls at the moment. Only the sound of the barrel moving could be heard. Everyone is waiting. Wait for the moment when Ash gives the order to fire. The whole army is ready for launch. A loud bang awakens the sleeping monster. Frontline launches. Carry out a fire net attack. Moment. Cannonballs and bed crossbows rain down on monsters in the air. A splendid fireworks display. The curtain was raised for the defensive battle of the Long Neck Temple. After the end of the first round of shelling, everyone stared intently at the smoke in front of them. People want good news. Hopefully, this defensive battle won't be so hard to fight. The wings of the dripping beak are constantly stirring. The smoke that filled the air was dispersed. Our attacks did not work. The monsters flew over. It doesn't matter. Don't care if it's played or not. Just focus on shooting constantly. The launch continues to be launched. The shelling must not be interrupted. Everything that's happening so far. It was all expected by Ace. This time, the monster flew from the sky. Protective walls or barricades. This kind of thing can't stop those guys at all. This means that there is no way to form a kill zone on the ground. So it is implied that they intend to accomplish this in heaven. A net of fire was formed by constantly firing cannons and bed crossbows. Build a wall of cannonballs and arrows in the sky. Those dripping mouths. It is a magical creature made of rock or steel. They will definitely show off their ignorant physical defenses. Even if it is a fire net attack, it's hard to get rid of them all. But we can constrain the path of the monsters. Deliberately weaken the fire net attack in the center of the defensive line. Think of this as a storage place for those guys' corpses. That is the slash zone. You just have to focus on keeping the fire net alive. continued to launch. Though, the soldiers did not lose their lives to the enemy. I felt panicked, but they quickly regained their calm. As long as Ace reminds them of what they want to achieve at the moment, the soldiers will not get out of control. All they have to do is launch. That's it. Under the constant sweep of gunpowder and metal storms, the monsters gradually stopped marching. And this is the moment Ace was waiting for. Ace didn't care if it would hurt them. It's just a simple desire to use mass and physical power. Fight off those guys. As damage continues to accumulate, then he finally managed to kill the first drip bill. Under the fierce offensive of artillery, the first dripping beak was dealt with. This means high defense, not invincible, although it will be reduced. But the damage itself is accumulating. Although not a few were eliminated, but it is not fearless. This attack is definitely effective. The drip bill was repelled by artillery fire. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted. It's good to continue the fire net attack to maintain the firepower. Originally, it was a horizontal formation that spread out left and right. Approaching troops of dripping beasts changed the formation to columns. They began to work together towards the relative. Flying from the center of the city wall, where the fire net was relatively weak. This is where AIS deliberately opened the way for them. That's what I'm here for. Stupid monsters. Come and die. Ace's plan went well. But now there is a very serious problem. Because of Jupiter's absence, there is a lack of mages in the team who can take down these monsters. But as the only player in the world who has cleared this game, Ace found a solution. Here, I would like to ask you a question. Do you know how the drip bill beast flies into the sky? Isn't it with wings? So, heavy body. It is impossible to take off with the power of wings alone. Is that magic? That's right. They have wind magic attached to their wings. So let me ask the next question. If two spells with the same stats conflict, what will happen? Senior Magician, you will answer. The higher level side will engulf the lower level side. Answer correctly. Well, what we do to those guys? Cast a higher level of wind magic. What will happen? This is in the absence of a magician. The only way to win. Now is the time. Lily is your highness. The Tempest artifact is activated. Under Lily's command, the alchemist unleashed the artifact as a second-class artifact. Actually, there is no great effect, although it is only used to attack the target with wind magic. But that's enough. The wind magic on the monster's wings was engulfed. Their wings will also be lost. Life to know. These guys are all made of rock or steel. Very heavy guys fall to the ground from a great height. There is no way to be unharmed. If you are deploying a formation, will be violently attacked by the fire net. If you want to break through a point from the head, will fall. Love is curious about how they will respond. If this bunch of guys really is a monster, then the established pattern of action will definitely be followed. Use the shortest route to get rid of the closest human to yourself. This group of guys before losing the victory. Based on the propulsion of a bullet, start impacting with your body. Here's the difference between victory and defeat. It must not be crushed. Lily, how much is left of the Tempest artifact's duration? The first artifact has 20 seconds left. There can't be a second of slotting, as long as the first one ends. Immediately launch the second artifact. Minutes and seconds passed. The second Tempest artifact is also activated. Thanks to the combination of the first artifacts of the wind, the Tempest artifact released an even greater wind in an instant. Though, most of the drip bills fall because they are stopped by a wall of wind. But in the end, it came one after another. Guys arriving at the city walls. And once these monsters reach the city walls, that means hand-to-hand combat with them. Almost at the moment when the drip bills stood firm, Lucas and Evangelin's attack arrived. A class of Miss Jaylene. You are responsible for the right. Even if I intercept the monsters on both sides. No problem. All the soldiers to whom Crossrod belongs. They were all mobilized to generate a fire net. Hence this inevitable white-knuckle fight. It will be the main team led by ACE. We climbed the city walls. Now it's time for the main team to come into play. They had fought the drip bill before, so it's relatively easy to deal with. The first army has been completely annihilated. Don't let up, because it's just getting started. The monsters are roughly divided into 6 units. The ones that are being solved now are only the 100 that are leading the way. It's too late to rest. Lucas was also in charge of commanding the other soldiers. Get ready, everybody. The second army formation came. Same as before. Quite a few dripping beasts have already broken through the slash zone, although there is a lack of mages in the battlefield. But the magic blade of Aishi, it still played a big role. In order to cope with the next battle, Ash has been practicing hard these days. Although, because of the profession, Ash's proficiency is hard to improve. But this time is a time of practice day and night. Ash was finally able to fight in real combat. Pretty precise control. If you look at it according to the current situation, this defensive battle should be easily won. Your Highness's second Tempest artifact is coming to an end. This is something that Ash did not envision. Time flies so fast. Keep your time under control. When it ends, immediately open the third one, because time and materials are limited. Only 3 Tempest artifacts are deployed on the walls. The operating time for each artifact is 5 minutes. The charging time takes 15 minutes. The only missing part of this battle plan is the time difference for artifacts. The first artifact blocked a 5-minute air battle. Even if you charge him right away, it takes about 15 minutes. Even the next 2 artifacts blocked for us for 5 minutes each. The end of charging from the first artifact. There is still 5 minutes left. That means in 5 minutes, there will be a lack of air strikes in the center of the walls. And those guys will take the opportunity to rush over. Your Highness, there is only 1 minute left before the Tempest artifact is terminated. Look at the dripping beaks that are constantly flocking to the walls. Shiraishi was a little apprehensive in his heart. He didn't know in those 5 minutes. Can you do it yourself? Stop the attacks of these monsters. It was at this time, the same sound appeared on the city walls. The monsters are coming this way. Run. As time goes by, more and more monsters began to arrive at the walls. Ace knew he had to pull himself together. As the commander-in-chief of the front, he shouldn't have thought that way. Ace needs to find a way to keep everyone going. That's what he's standing here for. In the last 1 minute, Ace called all the members of the main team. After the cessation of the artifacts of the Chu army, the monsters will rush towards the center like a tidal wave. It is better to turn the fire net to defend the center. How not? And so it goes. The nets of fire on both sides will change. Those guys could hack in from both sides. Cannons and bed crossbows are completely incapable of dealing with white-knuckle combat. It's better to draw the enemy's attention to this side. Cheer up. The next 5 minutes are the real battle. I believe those of you who have been trained through combat during this time, I can definitely hold on. However, the actual battle is full of variables. Not sure what will happen. So before the decisive battle, let's start again. Walk through the 5 minutes where the artifact cannot be used. Ace decided to play each of the main members of the prototype. This is a special skill of the baton. Attack to inflict a random stick on your opponent. Previously, Ace had been wondering how to explain it to the players, but he eventually gave up. Am I doing something wrong? I can gladly accept your corporal punishment, but you're going to tell me where I'm wrong. That's a lot to talk about. You'll know the reason after the fight. The buff Lucas receives allows him to have his consumption of blue in 3 minutes. Sovereign, please hit me often when you have nothing to do in the future. I don't know what kind of perverted conversation it was, though, but in short, it's to hit with that. Something good will happen. The senior girl deserves to be the head of the college. Your response was quick. The buff that Jillian gets in general allows him to defend against the boost anomaly for 3 minutes. The effect is really good, but don't slap your hands again next time. Change to other places that don't affect the battle. So, where am I going to hit next? Why do you ask me about that kind of thing? It's up to the seniors to decide. When it was Damien's turn, his hands were shaking. Please be lighter, Ace suddenly thought. Damien grew up in an orphanage as a child. He said it was a terrible place. Perhaps corporal punishment left a bad memory for Damien. But for the next battle, Ace had to apply a buff to Damien. The buff gained by Damien. It allows him to have unlimited energy in 3 minutes. His Royal Highness. I feel like I can do anything now. Although the time is only 3 minutes. But this time, the combat effectiveness of the frontline personnel will be greatly enhanced. Dear Miss Lily, do you want to take a handboard too? It's not that you don't have to be afraid of that. I don't mean to hit you. His Royal Highness. It's artifact time. After losing the help of the Tempest artifact, one by one, the monsters climbed the walls. Love is something that the 5 of them need to face. It's the dripping beasts of the Third Army. They have half the guys. The walls have been knocked down by artifacts. It's going to be a 5-on-50 battle in the defensive RBG. This amount is nothing at all, although Ace's left arm has not fully recovered. But he still untied the bandages on his hands. Listen up, everyone. The next 5 minutes are the crucial 5 minutes. Let's go. Let's have a fun with His Royal Highness. The dripping beak of the Third Army. There are about 50 of them, from the quantity unit and before. The guys who fly in intermittently are different. Ash reassured himself that it was nothing to worry about. The team members are already in the state of receiving the buff. If the situation is not good, Ash also intends to do the same as the previous scene. Unleash some hidden tricks to lead the game yourself. Damn monsters. This is not a land that you can touch at will. Are you ready to die? Ace was just about to get started. Lucas suddenly appeared in front of him. At the moment, it seems Ace can take those things. It's left for the next defensive battle, because it is given to the boss. The 3 members are the real monsters on the walls. It's time to get ready to go into battle and murder monsters in person. Lucas showed up just in time. Kill the drip-billed beast in front of you. Your lord, are you all right? The guy who broke through the fire net on the left appeared. As he spoke, Lucas activated 2 skills. A persistent step rushed over. This is a very blue-consuming skill, but because of the buff blessing, so Lucas was very easy to use. He turned into a flash of yellow, constantly shuttling between the walls of the city wall. Lucas now looks a lot like a dodge tank. It's exactly the same as Ace has seen in the game. Udragon monsters. I'm here. One of Jalen uses the wide area taunt skill, but the attack of the dripping mouth. He easily blocked it with his shield, plus his 2 skills return damage. Those monsters were no match for him at all. The first class of Jalen was originally very strong. Gain a buff hole. It's almost like an impregnable wall. And then during the period when they pinned down the monsters, magic bullets rained down like a drizzle. Although the magic spear is powerful, but use your body to resist the recoil of each shot. When you make a burst, it's too reluctant. This is also a sniper from Damien, although the ability is strong. But it's hard to cope with the multitude. Causes of the enemy. Thanks to the boss blessing, he can withstand the recoil at the same time. I performed a burst without any burden, because of the buff. Fills in the deficiencies of Damien's frailty. That's why this barbaric human weapon was created. Look ahead. Damien, who uses the magic gun as if it were a machine gun. AI couldn't help but fall silent. In the original game, these buffs only last for 1 turn, and it's random, so Itzer didn't think he was that strong. Even if the game becomes a reality, initially he only thought, he's just a normal prop that lasts 3 minutes. But he didn't expect that the winner would be decided in just 3 minutes. Ace realized, everything has to be used in real combat to know his true effect. Now it's just a matter of taking out the rest of the guys. The third formation of the Drip-Bill Beast is coming to an end. Without the slightest hesitation, Ace manipulated the magic blade into the battlefield. Lucas lured the monsters to this side. It's time for Lily to get back to business. I'm still wondering why you didn't call me. It turns out that you were ready. Then give a hand of love before you breathe fire. Despite Lily's reluctance. But the baton eventually fell on his head. The Lord did as you commanded. The monsters are coming. Well done, Lucas. Lily fired in that direction. Lily's expression was unhappy. It's clear that she doesn't like this kind of work. It's all your fault. I can't step down. Lily's expression was super scary suggestive. I can't help but wonder what bug she gets. Give me all the death. As she spoke, Lily unleashed one of her skill cannons. Almost instantly, the drip bill was reduced to ashes in the flames. This is the Flame Mage. Cast one skill at a time. All the magic is exhausted. But the power is really not to be underestimated. After the mystery buff, Lily uses only one skill. Killed a lot of monsters. However, he also used up all his magic as a result. Temporarily withdrew from the battlefield. After that, the remnants of the dripping beaks left around. They are attracted by a class of Jalen with his provocative skills. The rest of the shrimp soldiers and crabs will. Come here and let my sister play with you. A class of Miss Jalen. Raise your shield, please. The magic spear in the hands of Damien. Woodpeckers are fired only once. Will deplete all the remnants of the bullets. But with the blessing of this trait of clairvoyance. Woodpecker. Instead, it became a powerful artifact. ACE was a little incredulous. Damien actually even bullets rebounded in the track. It's all calculated. This can be taken into account the aiming strength that Damien has shown before. It must have been his precise launch. There is one last one left. It's up to Miss Ben to solve it herself. That's it, the last dripping beast of the Third Army. It was also eradicated. Mr. Sniper, our cooperation just now is super handsome. We'll do it again later. You're more than you think. Annihilated the Third Army formation with greater ease. Worthy of my elite. I was praised by my teacher. 3 people behaved like little children. His Royal Highness the Prince. The artifactic cooling ends. Coco is activated. Lily looked tired, but what she delivered was hopeful. Activate the Tempest artifact. Is a startup artifact. There are not many fishballs left. His Royal Highness. Then it's time to get started. The Fourth Army has already begun to attack. Although very glad, the Third Army formation was handled more easily than expected. But in the end, there was still attrition. Retribution for the Black Queen and the Hunter. Ammunition has been depleted. There were not many bullets left for the woodpeckers. Lucas's arrows were all worn out. Jalen's shield was also in tatters. As for the only magical strength, not from there at the moment, came back to his senses in a state, although Erlix does have a backup plan. But to this extent, it should be said that the main team has done everything they can. Now it's time for a reorganization. Shadow troops. Moment. The hand of God led the team in front of AI. Please order. Start the handoff. Do what our main team does. Stop the monsters. If the situation is not good, I will join as well. Please rest in peace, Your Highness. We'll try not to let you join. I can finally see it with my own eyes. The strength of the Egon stewards. Unlike the average Jalen, Lucas's expression was a little complicated. And to say the person who hates the Agerstern the most, or at the moment in charge of the power of the craft. The memories that the elves brought to him were too painful. His body trembled unconsciously. Damien seemed to be aware of it too. The subtle atmosphere between the two teams. Things between them. It doesn't matter if I don't know. Of course, you're likely to see this kind of scene more often in the future. After all, Ace needs to keep bringing in new substitute teams. An eye-to-eye battle between the old and new teams. It's a matter of course. If there is no such process, the two teams became close to each other immediately. And if you are harmonious, it's going to be even weirder. The monsters climbed the walls. The shadow forces are also ready. Ace began to look forward to the fight between them, in order for the other team members to accept their existence. The Shadow Force must show everyone what they are capable of. Before the war, the hand of God on the corpse of the dripping beak. Iron smelting was used. The Shadow Force obeys orders. Fight in a formation against monster warfare. The composition of the Shadow Forces is extreme. 2 mages and 3 archers. This is Aishi in the game. Definitely will not try to put together a combination, because it's very extreme, with a tendency to attack with fire. In the absence of tanks and healers, once exposed, it will be eradicated by the enemy. Of combinations, but if neither of these 2 mages are outputs, and if it has protection and auxiliary functions, this combination is possible. Plus, dual mages increase the team's magic attack by 20%. Triple archer increases critical hits by 30% for the entire team, as long as the team works well. Suppressing the enemy with fire is not a problem at all. Badibo, you are in charge of blocking enemies and locking on targets in central Vietnam. The remaining 3 are output with maximum firepower. The moment the hand of God ordered, the 3 of them moved. The bowstring and Skull's hand rattled. Ajo's double bow is also ready to be fired. The preparation and the most eye-catching, or the waves and his filmed bed dance. Behind the monsters climbed the walls. 3 iron walls that instantly spawned towards the hand of God. Rushed over. Swordsmen rained down, but the dripbill didn't take any damage. Skills are allowed. Skell is in charge of loyalty. Odgo is in charge of entering the city. The waves carried out a wide range of strikes. Understood, confirmed. Skills are allowed. In charge of the loyal skill. His swordsman had an extra touch of emerald green. The swordsman went around the iron wall in front of him at great speed. Accurately hit the head of the drip bill. Odego, who was in charge of entering the city, even jumped directly into the group of monsters. See this? The drip bill beast subconsciously wants to kill the enemy in front of it. Odgo had a sliding shovel. Glide through the monster's hammer. Once you've made sure you're safe, he jumped immediately. Turn around and aim at the monster. Crossbow arrows with a double stone bow. Keep shooting at the drip bill beast in front of you, although it has been beaten out of a lot of cracks. But the monster did not fall. You are very strong. There shouldn't be any more arrows this time. No way to spray. Worship the rest. I've got you covered, and the crossbow is ready. I'll lay down for a moment. Arrows with red glow, raining down on monsters. This is Splash's passive ability. Adds blast magic to the projectile it fires. This skill, it is also the reason why Ace paid attention to the waves from the beginning. However, there are still 2 monsters that were not affected by the explosion. Rushed to the shovel. But at this time, a dripping beast floated up without warning. It's been a good time to get here. I'm sorry, though. It's full. As he spoke, Badibo used telekinesis. Throw the drip bill off the wall. But in the end, a dripping beast managed to break into formation. And the target he chose was the hand of God as the captain. But the moment the hand of God touched him, the monster's body began to crumble. To the hand of God, these monsters are just ordinary pieces of iron. That's at the dripping beasts of the 4th Army. It was wiped out in an instant. Is this how real archers fight? If I also learn about sniping skills, it should be able to help His Highness even more. In terms of eradicating monsters, there is no truth or falsehood. It's all about doing your best in the way you're good at. Because Ash is well aware. As a priest, Damien, no matter how hard he tries, none of them can learn the skills of an archer. This unit, it shows the strength of the Ghost Stewards for everyone. They made up for the lacks in the squad with a perfect combination, both as an auxiliary or as a commander. The Hand of God is doing an excellent job. Ash hasn't joined the fray yet. No buff is applied to them either. The dripping beasts of the 4th Army were all wiped out. The shadow troops are more than Ichsur imagined. Defensive battles were better completed. At the time of the 3rd Tempest artifact activation, The fifth army of the Dripping Beak Beast also fell. The trap has gone well so far. The members of the main team were also given ample rest. Now it's just a matter of dealing with the enemy in the 6th army formation. Defeat 2 more bosses. Scenario will end without a hitch. But at this time, a new prompt has appeared in the system again. There are 2 bosses, but Ace already knew, so he didn't find it strange. But the only thing he was curious about was, why can it never be on the battlefield? See the figure of the boss. Whether it's according to the game or previous experience, bosses only appear on the battlefield. The system will prompt. Ace seemed to have thought of something. He jerked his head up. Damn it. It is also strange on the top. The boss is coming from above. Get ready, everybody. The drip build chooses where to land. Exactly where the 3 archers were. Although with the reminder of love poems. 3 archers were not mortally wounded, but closer to Skull and the waves. It is no longer possible to join the next battle. 3 archers. The only one that is still capable of fighting. Only Odgo, who is the weakest, was left. But Ajo is, after all, a specialized person in human warfare. He had never seen such a terrible enemy. Be careful, everyone. This is the leader of the Drip Bills. Ajo, who is already frightened. Subconsciously shoot the crossbow arrow in your hand. But even a normal Drip Bill can block an attack. And how could it be effective against the leader of the Dripping Beak? There were no surprises. The hammer in the boss's hand hits Ajo's body. So far, the 3 archers of the Shadow Army. All incapacitated. The main army, we will go to their aid at once. Wait, don't act rashly. There is another one. This time the Dark Event is a 2-handed collar. This means that there is one hidden nearby, and where the other Drip Bill leader was aiming. It's an artifact. Location. Lily, quick. Get out of there quickly. Lily, who has been focusing on counting artifact time. I don't even know what's going on at the moment. But without waiting for him to react. The leader of the Dripping Beak has landed. The artifacts were destroyed. Lily's wheelchair was also affected. In addition to playing spark characteristics. Use your body to help Aishi resist the spider's outing. This was the 2nd time Lily had felt hopeless. But he had no chance to escape. Lily could only watch the monster in front of her. Raise the hammer in your hand. There are no surprises. The hammer in the hands of the Drip Bill fell. Lily's wheelchair was smashed to pieces. Smashed to pieces along with the wheelchair. And the stopwatch that Lily kept in her hand all the time. Several members of the Shadow Force were worried. The other boss landed straight in the artifact area. Facing Lily, who has no way to fight back. The leader of the Drip Bill raised the hammer in his hand. Moment of truth. Lily's trait Spark Skin helped her make her immune to this damage. It was at this time, a red glow appeared on the hammer in the boss's hand. She attaches magic to her weapons. Lily's trait is not immune to magical attacks. Butterbur immediately saves Lily. After receiving Ash's orders, Badibo didn't hesitate to activate the telekinesis. Finally dare before the hammer falls. Moved Lily out of attack range. The hand of God hastened to catch him. Act now. Without any hesitation, the hand of the god rushed towards Lily, who was floating in the air. This girl who hates elves the most, carried in the arms of an elf. Miss Lily, are you okay? However, Lily still has a lot of precautions against the elves. She still subconsciously distanced herself from the hand of God. I'm okay, Buddy Bo. The entire team of your troops. After getting the order, Badibo began to use the members. Psychic to a safe place. The main team is again in the fight. All hands ready for battle. Monster bosses and normal monsters have different logics. They are more evil and wiser. Prioritizes attacks on more important parts of the enemy team. So the archer camp in the team. And artifacts will be the first to suffer. Even if you are standing on the city wall at the moment. Compared to the tanks, they prefer to prioritize attacking the output in the team, and being the core commander of the team, and the lowest level of love teacher. Solving the two monster bosses is the key. But the remaining dripping mouths are also a headache. Appears with the boss. There is also the 6th army formation of the drip-bill beast that is responsible for the finish. Because the Tempest artifact used for defense has been destroyed. So, they are naturally able to come out unscathed. Climb the city walls. Leave the 6th army formation of the drip-bill beast legion to me. I have a way to deal with them. It was Chu Junjike who agreed. There was not the slightest suspicion. This proves that Lucas has a lot of trust in His Highness Ash. I brought Miss Lily back. Thank you for your hard work. Lily Hanagod, although you will be in a bit of a trance right now. But work still needs to be done. Is it possible to start other artifacts right away? It can be because it is ordered by His Highness in advance. Place them away from the city walls, so it can be used, just in case. Ash will have no scope for artifacts. Set elsewhere. Thanks to this, these artifacts will survive the raid. You go over and activate them right now. Aim the mana booster. I understand, but I can't act. So, I don't know how to get by. The Hand of God asks you to take Lily to the artifact. Let me be with this man again. Lily is not the time to consider your likes and dislikes. We are fighting. Action should be divided between public and private. Ming is sorry. His Royal Highness. I'm not going to say that again. No time. Hand of God. You immediately set off with Lily, Lucas, and a class of Jalen. You are responsible for stalling for time until the manual frequency control is started. Already with the Hand of God to activate the mana amplifier. Lucas and Ebangerin. 2 leopards need to be dragged during this time. The leader of the Dripping Beak is a monster to be reckoned with. He and the guys he had dealt with before. Not at all the same level. Do not take it lightly. You can't attack rashly. Just defend with composure. How many bullets are left in the Damien's magic gun? The Hellhounds have 6 rounds left in each hand. A total of 18 rounds. Do you think you can hit him? At the moment of looking at the enemy, Damien's clairvoyance trait activates. This means he can hit with ease. The problem is with the armor and helmet of the Drip Bill. They seem to have a lot of magical defense. You're right. The Drip Bill itself has extremely high physical defense. And their chief, he also wears armor with high magical defense. So hint, they must first destroy the armor with physical attacks, then attack him with a magic attack. These are easy to say though, but it takes a long time to implement. Plus those blizzards won't stand still and be beaten. And the 3-headed dog of hell serves as a shotgun. His damage works. The firing range is shorter. But AI couldn't let Damien go into battle. All that remains to be done now is to reorganize the fire units. Badebo, how are your players doing? Everyone was injured to varying degrees. And the weapons have also been damaged. Damien, you first give first aid to the members of the Shadow Force. Badebo during treatment at Damien. You go and sort out the gear you can use. I desperately need your firepower right now. Over time, the rain that had been standing up for a long time arrived as scheduled. The Battle of Long Neck 4 is also gradually coming to an end. 2 Dripbill leader started running towards this side at the same time. Every step those 2 guys take, the entire wall will shake with it. And Lucas and Ebangerin are the 2 of them. These 2 horrible monsters need to be fended off. Eris was a little curious if they could do it. However, Ehrlich quickly dismissed the idea. He was going to believe in them as Lucas believed in himself. Ehrlich could not doubt them. And they have to do it too. The hammer of the leader of the Dripbill beast slammed down. Lucas and Evangeline could only grit their teeth and persevere. This is a huge force. Let the bodies of the 2 knights fly upside down. Their attacks are so heavy. My shields are all deformed. In fact, it is normal to feel strained. After all, a boss is the current difficulty. Now it has been reproduced as 2 teams of the same level. But it can still hold on. Lucas and Ebangeline. All are the ultimate tanks in this game. His Royal Highness. The mana booster is ready. get started now, is to activate the Mana Amplifier. Mana Amplifier doubles the magic effect for a character, and that target character is Ash. He inexplicably has a sense of omnipotent self-confidence. That's how it feels as a non-mage class. But the reason for the increase in magic power, it's because Ash wants to activate the magic eye of the command. There's only one captured object, and Ash gave the order. It's to get rid of your own companions. The moment the command succeeds, blood gushed from Ace's mouth and nose. He lost all his magic in an instant. Based on previous judgments, the drip bill has very low resistance to magic. That's why Ace dared to use the help of a Mana Amplifier. Activate skills. That's it. That's the game. You goddamn monsters. Go for the boss and slash the monsters to your heart's content. It is through the magic eye of the command. Succeeded in getting the two bosses to fight each other. For a time, Evangeline and Lucas. I don't know what's going on. You have to know that it's better to attack humans. The monsters hate betrayal even more. The two leaders of the dripping beaks looked at each other. They swung their hammers at each other. Every blow is comparable to engineering weapons and power. These attacks smashed into each other mercilessly. Theoretically, the two bosses will eventually die together. But it's a pity. It's not a game, even if they're the same kind of monster. However, there are still many differences between different individuals. A boss that is implied to control was thrown to the landing site of the 6th Army formation. Originally, Ace was still wondering how to lure them in. This can be done in this way. It also saved Ace a lot of trouble. His original purpose. That's it. Let the boss drag down the monsters of the 6th Army. They began to kill each other. These drip bills, in order to get rid of each other, are fighting to the death. A clear-headed leader of the dripping beaks. Look at the chaotic scene, although I really want to help my subordinates. But Lucas and Evangeline, already standing in front of him, their mission was to stop him. So, Scene 4 finally becomes him. The original difficulty. Now only one boss needs to be solved to end the fight. How about it is now becoming easy? Combat is twice as easy. At the same time, I got 4 times more happiness. Opponents to deal with. After changing from 2 to 1, defending immediately became much easier than before. But 2 nights. It still hasn't been easy to switch from defense to offense. Now the guy has to be forced to take off his armor. Barely let the 2 Vanguard Knights turn into attackers. As a result, there was a counteroffensive. That's trouble. Just when AI sure was worried, he heard the voice of the Hand of God. The Shadow Force has returned to the front lines. How's the body? Is the injury better? Master Damien, the restoration spell has been cast for us. It's perfectly fine to join the battle. What about your equipment? Can it still be used? I fixed them temporarily. As long as you order. Shadow units can be used for firepower at any time. Attack now. At the moment when Ace ordered, arrows rained down. All members of the Shadow Force are outputting to the maximum. Badib doesn't need our help right now. We're joining the fray too. 2 support mages, also doing their best to attack the buff. The 2 knights in the battlefield were responsible for dragging the treasure. Also destroy the armor with the physical attacks of the shadow troops. Wait until all the armor is destroyed. Can be finished with a magic attack. The plan is always so perfect. But reality always goes the other way. In order to get out of the woods, the drip bill swung its hammer again. I'm here to block it. As he spoke, he rushed forward. But because of the rain, the characteristics of the first class of Jalen are full of loopholes. Hammering is within reach. But the first class of Jalen fell at this time. There are no surprises. The hammer struck straight into Jalen's body. The moment Jalen shouted this sentence, Ace only felt dizzy. The moment the boss hammer fell, one class of Jalen fell due to his own characteristics. Maybe it's because of the depletion of mana. Ace only felt dizzy. Luckily, Evangeline blocked the attack with her shield. but because the city wall has been damaged. Evangeline fell without accident. Moment of truth. Lucas grabbed Evangeline's cape. What a worrisome little kid. See a scene like this. Ace didn't know it. Breathe a sigh of relief. But now is not the time to relax. Previously responsible for stopping the monster boss. The tank camp is gone. This guy. Begin to run towards the unsuspecting output camp. Shoot now. That guy had to be repulsed. But the hand of God forgot. Swordsman alone. How is it possible to repel a monster of this level? Damn it. I've never seen anything like this bulldozer. His Royal Highness. I'm here to stall for time. At the moment when the hammer fell, the hand of God uses its own skills. Touch the boss's foot. The toes of the leader of the Dripbill are melted, glued to the ground. This is exactly how the metallurgy fights. But in the end, this all-powerful image of the soft auxiliary magician. In the face of pure and absolute power. It doesn't make sense. Although the hand of God struggles to exhaust all means. Procrastination. But the leader of the dripping beaks didn't care about him at all. He just kept running this way. Hell-bent on getting rid of AI Sure and the output camp. Whether it's the sword of the shadow troops, or Damien's magic bullet. Can't stop the momentum of this guy who is charging. If you can't stop him, apprentice to them and they will be wiped out. So the apprentice must hurry up and come up with a solution. At this distance, dizzy and dizzy because of the depletion of mana. And how can there be time to find a solution? It was at this time, Lily, the only exporting mage on the city walls, unleashed one of his own skill monsters again. Listen to me. I'm the forerunner of the monster frontier. The magician said, Lily will have one of her skill cannons. Throw it straight at the leader of the dripping beast in front of him. Wait for the flames to dissipate. The armor of the Dripbill leader is gone. Monster boss. He looked like he had died. Not yet alive yet. But the leader of the Dripbill. There is no longer an attack on the output camp. He will attack the target. Transform into an opponent who inflicts the most damage on yourself. I saw the monster rushing towards me. Lily was scared to tears. Lily, get out of the way, get out of the way. AI sure seems to have forgotten. Lily couldn't dodge, and it also doesn't have a blue amount of activation. Lily could only watch. Oncoming monsters. Same as before. The leader of the Dripbill beast headed towards Lily again. Wielded the hammer in his hand. It's different from the previous ones. Lily can no longer activate the perk. She can only close her eyes. Silently accept this inescapable fate. Miss Lily, it's dangerous here. The moment Lily opened her eyes, only one back was seen, and a touch of emerald hair. Lily couldn't imagine. His most hated elves will stand in his way. She didn't have time to ask the question on her mind. The hammer has fallen on the hand of God. The elves who killed their parents. Lily has always been prejudiced against these culprits. But Lily didn't expect that. The hand of God will risk his life to save himself. The hammer that should have fallen on Lily. At this moment, he is held by the hand of God. Even though blood kept pouring out of his body, the hand of God didn't take a step back. Under the influence of alchemy, the body of the leader of the dripping beak beast is gradually dissipating. Finally, the boss Lingy was revealed. Can you launch it again? Lily didn't answer. A blazing flame appeared in his right hand. At the moment when the hand of God dodged, the fireball hit the Dripbill beast's spirit river. Until this moment, the monster boss finally stopped attacking. Damien helps the hand of God deal with the emergency. Captain, the rest of the shadow force followed. Elf, why did you save me just now? Miss Lily, you don't have to worry about it. I just made the best judgment. Here, the only boss that has a pair of monsters. The person who inflicted the fatal blow fire. You alone are the reason why I saved you. That's all. It was at this time. A class of Jalen and Lucas also came over. Sorry for making this mistake. I don't have the face to see the Lord. Please terminate us. Forget it. Just put your head up. Although some losses were caused, But both monster bosses have been solved. A boss controlled by the commanded Monoculus. Bear this result of betrayal. At last, there are about 40 of the remaining dripping mouths. Now just get rid of them. This scene is over. But everyone is already in a state of exhaustion. Two knights who continue to fend off monsters on the front line. They don't have the strength to fight these monsters anymore. Damien's magic bullets have all been used. The force is also on the verge of running out of mana. The same goes for the shadow troops. But don't know in this case. Will I still be safe? Deal with these monsters. That's when it happened. A familiar voice was heard not far away. Aim to launch. Under the command of the Twilight Corps, the soldiers methodically fired their artillery. They aimed their artillery fire at the remaining monsters on the walls. There are no monsters coming on the south side. We don't need to maintain the fire net anymore. Your lordship, we're not going to do anything useless. Won't do. It's super good, and Ehrlich can finally put his mind at ease. Over time, the sun gradually pierced through the thick clouds. At the moment when the last drop of rain fell, the last drip bill also fell. I don't see any dripping mouse approaching any longer. We won. The main army looked at the clouds that were gradually dispersing. He was a little puzzled. Why does it only rain during battles? Aishi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This rain is really random. After coming to his senses, AIS discovered. All the soldiers stood there and watched themselves. Although, after the victory, it's going to be a bit old-fashioned. But what needs to be said still has to be said. Take the wounded to the temple. Report damage to equipment and walls. A detailed record of today's battle. With the last drop of rain falling, scene 4 also leaves with this shower. Crossroads. As the Lord here, AI is needed after the victory. Say something uplifting, but he seemed to be admonishing himself. If any of you, what mistakes were made while fighting today? Be sure to learn the lesson and use it as a negative lesson for the next battle. That's how you will grow. Ace remembered his time in this defensive battle. Those mistakes made, the problems that can be improved have been reviewed. He must take the crisis he has experienced to heart. That's the only way. The strategy can be more and more perfect. After each scene, the number of additional tombstones can be less and less. It's like you're growing every day. For better soldiers, it's also becoming a more difficult front line to conquer. In the face of such a suspicion, I'm also on my way to becoming a capable commander. You are the ones who make me perfect. Thank you so much for going and preparing the wine and meat. We don't get drunk tonight. In the joy of soaking up the victory, elated crowds, AI saw the hand of God who was going to lie on the stretcher. The scene of an emergency delivery to the temple, as well as sitting on the ground. Lily's back, staring blankly at this scene. In the cheers of the soldiers. This is how another defensive battle ended. Although the hand of God was sent to the temple in the first place. But he was all shattered under his elbow. It's already serious. The degree to which it cannot be healed even with regeneration magic. What you mean by this is that he needs to be intercepted. I will amputate the patient's lower arm below the elbow. It has been agreed by him personally. You said he agreed. Outside the temple, there are 4 standing. The little guy who is waiting for the results of the captain's surgery. The teacher told them about the condition of the hand of God. The cute poem gets an unexpected story. The hand of God was actually in battle 2 years ago. I lost both hands. After changing to a prosthesis, he used the code name Hand of God. Rest assured, it's going to be fine this time. Just replace the lost arm with metal. He can still fight like he did before. Aishi was a little curious. Why didn't the saint tell herself about it? You can see these little guys in front of you. Ace felt very uncomfortable. After all, people are not machines, even if it's because of damage to a part of the body, and replace with a new one. Even if you can use it as before, nor can it be completely ignored. Profound pain will remain in the soul. It can never be recovered. You can look at the appearance of these little guys in front of you. They seem to be afraid of the hand of God because they can't fight. and abandoned by Ace. If you guys are uncomfortable somewhere, be sure to speak up. I'll help you with the treatment. Available as every time. Commanders who want to push them to the front. AI sure suddenly felt that these words were a little ridiculous. Let's go. There will be a celebration banquet tonight. Although it is a pity that the hand of God was unable to attend. But eat well and rest well. We don't have to do it. Your Highness, we are here to wait for the captain's operation to end. Then you can rest here today. I'll send someone to bring you that food and drink. Although it is not possible to celebrate the victory together. But remember, you've all done a great job today. The members of the Shadow Force are still young after all. After hearing the praise of the teacher, they were a little shy. His Royal Highness, can you send us more food? There are also drinks and juices. I love juice. Before leaving, Odgo also waved his hand deliberately. After nightfall, a square in the middle of the city, the bonfire of peace was lit again. You guys, the Lord hadn't even finished speaking. You're on your own. His Royal Highness. Here comes the Lord, the best commander in the South, a man born to eradicate monsters. Then I'll just say a few words. I said the Southern Front. People say live in the moment. Southern Front. Live in the moment. People who live in the city above the grave. In this way, you are motivating yourself to move forward. The assistant officer will help me run errands. Of course, that's fine. Tell me what thou hast, thou shalt me. Whatever you need, you can do it. If you want to listen to songs, I can sing a song for you too. Not necessarily. You can help me bring some food and drink to the temple. You stinky boy seems to be very dissatisfied. Food. It was given to the priests and wounded of the temple to eat. Don't bother him. Let me deliver it. Lily, are you going? Love is unimaginable. Lily, who has always hated elves. But they offered to go to the temple and bring food to them. Won't this bunch of guys drink alcohol? Everybody poured me full of wine. He is worthy of being the #1 drunkard in the Empire. His Royal Highness, the Third Prince. We are today. Can you finally witness that legend with your own eyes? I'll show you. Let them all come. Today we are not drunk and do not return. Border Bow once said, if you have been stuck in a mood of sadness and mourning, cities will cease to function. It is also necessary to create some relative joy, while taking care of the wounded. It is the duty of the Lord to remember the dead, but drink and make noise with the survivors. Having a good time is also what a lord should do. Everyone was clinking glasses noisily. Laugh. Ash did his best to liven up the atmosphere. In the midst of the laughter of the people, the holy war was waged. The night was getting deeper, and somewhere in Crossrod, the hand of God has finally woken up from its nightmare. He lifted his hand and looked at the empty forearm. There was a constant stinging pain. You woke up in the hand of God during this time of coma. Lily has been working in the hospital room. Miss Lily, how are you here? I heard that the surgery went well. You will have a persistent high fever for a while. It can also be painful. The saint said, the next healing spell will take place at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Although the lower part of the elbow has been removed, but the joint part is still waiting. After attaching the armor, you can continue to move as usual. The other team members played noisily for a while after eating. I didn't fall asleep until just now. Aren't you hungry? I left you something to eat? Because a lot of blood was shed, so you have to eat well. Why do you want to take care of me? Didn't Mademoiselle hate us? Because I have something to ask. That's why I'm here waiting for you to wake up. No matter what I think. I can't understand why you saved me at that time. Didn't I tell you at the time? In that case, protecting Miss Lily is the best judgment. Don't talk nonsense. Don't think your argument is reasonable. When taking into account the overall combat effectiveness of the front, you may be right. But from a personal point of view, you have no reason to suffer such a serious injury in order to save me. After all, the Shadow Force has only just been incorporated. Crossrod is now loyal. It's too early. Personnel who have just been put to the front line. Give your arms to achieve strategic goals. This is counterintuitive. Even if he judged it right at the time, the more I thought about it, the more strange I felt. There must have been other reasons for him to do that. Lily sensed this. That's why I came here to ask about the hand of God. Even if you get the answer in the end, it's really about protecting yourself. He also wanted to figure it out. Anyway, I'm your savior. Are you too apathetic? No. It's more burdensome than unclear kindness. Let's be honest. Why are you saving me? Can I tell the truth? Of course, because if you are dishonest, I won't forgive you. After hesitating for a long time, the hand of God spoke. Not a great reason. It's just that. The moment the boss of the drip bill suddenly attacks you. I thought of my mother. My mother was also paralyzed in both legs like you. When the slave hunters caught her, broke her hamstring. So she spent her whole life in a wheelchair, obviously unable to stand. But it was still when the masters of the human race wanted to teach me a lesson. Hold me in your arms. Shielded me from the damage with my body. I don't know why. It occurred to me at the time. I'm on the young lady facing the leader of the dripping beaks. I saw the shadow of my mother. What do you mean now? Because of these legs. Connecting me to your mother. Makes you unhappy. It's not very happy. But these are two different things. That's what you're doing. Let yourself lose 2 arms. Rationally, it's the strategic reasons I said earlier. And then emotionally, it's because I think of my mother. I think that's enough to answer your question. I thought you were the more rational type. I thought Miss Lily was the more emotional type. Even if someone else risked their lives to save themselves. But she was still the first to suspect the intentions behind it. Lily is a calmer person than she thinks. Miss Lily, we can't understand each other. Because of the harm our race inflicted on each other. It's already so serious that it can't be repaired. But even incomprehensible, we should still be able to celebrate together. Let's survive the battlefield this time. Follow God's. The gaze of the hand looks. People in the square. A hard-won victory is being celebrated. Cheerful singing ran down the cracks in the windows. Snuck in. It was a completely different atmosphere from the room. I hate you. To one for the sake of protecting you. And the one who lost both arms. This sentence is too hurtful. Forget it, you can eat something. Everyone else is enjoying the feast. It's going to be hard for you to be hungry alone. Is it just white water for me? Otherwise, someone who just had an amputation today. Are you still planning to have a drink? Today is the day I lost my arm. It shouldn't be okay to have a drink. I didn't expect you to be so good at joking. It was a surprise. Let's toast first. I don't have arms, so I can't clink glasses with you. I can do this for you. The sound of glass colliding. Looks a little bald in a quiet room. A cup with white water. It was handed to the mouth of the hand of God. Although Lily's expression was still cold. But it's a little less guarded. There was some silence in the room. Both of them could hear each other swallowing. It's a funny scene. A human woman who has lost her legs. And a male elf who has lost both arms. Banquets are not available. Shabby stay in the hospital room to celebrate. But this image will always remain in my mind. If it is an ordinary banquet, it's easy to forget. But today's sight will be remembered for a long time. Although it's a bit ridiculous to say such things now. But I still want to say, could you please take care of me in the future? Miss Lily. Suddenly, I heard the hand of God say this. Lily looked a little overwhelmed. So she chose to gag the mouth of the hand of God. You better take care of your body first. Only you are in good health. I can hate you with peace of mind. Looks like I'm not going to get better for a while. You don't use that delicate face. Say that kind of ridiculous thing. After that, the two did not speak. Lily feeds it one bite at a time. The hand of the god eats the vegetable dish that has been cooled. The hand of God is eaten obediently without saying a word. Distance. The drunken military songs of the soldiers were constantly heard. The night of jihad is getting deeper. Early the next morning. Harsh sunlight. Woke up Aishi from a hangover all night. You've hit my head. That's when Elsie found out. There is actually another person next to me. He suddenly thought of being in the TV series. The classic scenes that the protagonist encounters. Wake up drunk. Lying beside her was a woman she had met for the first time. His Royal Highness. You're awake. The sheets slowly slip off. A head of silver-white hair was revealed. But the moment the person inside lifted the sheet, Elsie was completely stupefied. He looked around. I found that the other beds were almost the same. Is this hell? Did I go to hell? It's us. Twilight Core. Your Highness, are you all right? You drank a lot yesterday. I'm fine. Can I ask a question, though? Why did everyone strip naked and lie in bed? Didn't you order us to do this, Your Highness? On that night, love is commanding them to get rid of hypocrisy. Freedom initiatives in a man-to-man manner. Love is impossible to imagine that this is something that you do. He concluded, this must be the horror of this body. His Royal Highness was really busy yesterday. I'll never forget. Precious memories of last night. It was the first time in my life that I had experienced this kind of drinking game. Your lord, you have finally woken up. Lucas's voice was heard. Ehrlich thought, he will save himself from hell. It could be moved down with the gaze. Itches, however, found that Lucas had even taken off his pants. Why did you even take off your pants? For the Lord said. The main team members had to take off their pants together. Aishi hurriedly opened it. Sheets, he found that his pants were also off. They didn't find out. Damien was huddled in a corner of the room at the moment. In a public bathroom. It was enough to see the men naked. Why is this happening here too? I was just about to tell you about it. Let's go. Where does the Lord go? Didn't you just say that? There is a public bath right next to our accommodation. AI sure obviously didn't expect it. In this world that is so backward, there is still such an existence. Sugwa is certainly a virtue.